It is day 23 of the Lindsay Clancy trial and day 2 of jury deliberations. Of course, closing arguments took place yesterday, and the jury deliberated for just under 4 hours, and they are going to be back in the courtroom any moment to deliberate for the second day. Will this be it? There are some prognostications that this could go into the middle of the next week. What do you think?
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, SCS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the global phenomenon, hosted by yours truly and Walter Cronkite, who has come back
exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged.
And that was a verdict clock with some video from yesterday just to get me off to a heart palpitating stop. I'm speaking and suddenly I hear other video. We will take you to a live shot of the courtroom in just a moment, and the Great Seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But again, this is day 23 officially of the Lindsay Clancy trial. No doubt a historic case, a precedent-setting case, and this will be the second day of jury deliberations. We found out yesterday that of the 12 women and 6 men who were sitting for this period of time, now it has been whittled down to 9 women and 3 men, and apparently the oldest woman and the most copious note taker of the crew has been chosen as jury foreperson. So she is heading up the group of jurors who are going to decide the fate here of Lindsay Clancy if they can get to it. There has been a manslaughter charge added to all of this, and some people say, well, even though this isn't really a manslaughter case in any way, maybe it will be something that these people juror-wise can agree on. Ireland is in the house here. There is no intoxication instruction having to do with the crushed pills. There is no Bowden instruction having to do with a excessively poor police investigation, but there is the manslaughter charge. I can see the COE and Spacey working behind the scenes. I'm not sure. We might have some video of Kevin Reddington coming into the courthouse this morning. The crowds have grown. The media gaggles have grown, and we shall see. I put out an unofficial, unofficial statement regarding our issue with the YouTube yesterday. I put it out on my X post, ironically, on X, Twitter, at Podcast STS, on Instagram, at Surviving the Survivor, if you care to see. It was my opening shot in my war against this platform, which I probably shouldn't be talking about because their algorithms are listening to me. Everyone's listening to me. The world's listening to all of us. That's why when you talk and you say you're thinking about getting red lipstick, all of a sudden you get 10,000 red lipsticks in your Instagram algorithm. They're listening. They're not just watching. They're listening. This is a seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is where the jurors are going to deliberate. Wales from the UK is in the house, and many others are here. So they're going to have to go through, again, this is day 23 of the trial, but essentially 21 days of testimony to get to where we are right now. The Cotswolds and Joe Simpson back from the UK. Nice to see this. What do you guys think of the closings? It was interesting because all along, I think the greater amount of criticism was being levied against the Commonwealth, but in their closing arguments, they appear to do a pretty good job of coalescing and putting together their thoughts into a 54-minute-esque closing argument. Look at this. Mabel Quintanilla coming to us from San Salvador, El Salvador, which is part of the family roots of the COE and Space Coast, coming to us from one of their homelands, El Salvador. Mabel Quintanilla, I thought you're usually in Mexico, but now you're in El Salvador. You're jumping around there. Poland is reporting. I like this. Reporting for duty. I like this. Good to see this. Northern Ireland, good friends in Northern Ireland. And you see, watching live stream, planned, calculated, guilty, all of the above. So I would not want to be a juror on this trial. This is difficult. COE, Scotland, by the way, is in the house. Free From Desire, that song, if you know it, the Scots sing that at the World Cup and changed the words to Scotland's on Fire. And now my son sings that. South Africa inbound. This is why we are the global phenomenon. Adelaide, South Australia. Commonwealth gave those kids a voice, whether you like them or not. Jennifer Spray did a great job organizing her thoughts and putting it together. I think it was great for them, but maybe too late. Are we going to get an official greeting from the judge? We should. It's still early by his standards. We don't usually get cracking here until about 9:20. It is 9:06 on the East Coast. I am wearing new glasses, which I'll probably be wearing for another minute, because there are these progressive lenses where it's normal up top, but like reading glasses down below, but I seem to get stuck somewhere in the middle, and all it does is give me a dizzying headache. So I'm trying to get used to them. I spoke to my sister. Shout out to my sister. Indonesia here too, according to Frankie Figs, one of our OGs. These progressive glasses are giving me a crazy headache. I don't know what I'm going to do. COE says they're sunglasses. They're really not sunglasses. These glasses are made to limit the awful light that comes off of these computers. So there you go. And COE doesn't know. I have a couple other. They're actually fairly inexpensive. This is another thing, COE. I'm trying to, if we're going to promote stuff on this show, I just want to promote things that I use and like. And there's something else that we're going to be sharing with you in addition to my mushroom coffee. But these glasses are fairly affordable and easy to get. So I'll talk to the COE about all of that. But I can't see because I immediately look down and it gives me a brutal headache the minute I do. I know you don't want to hear. Did I get them from Elton John? And I wish I did, and I wish he signed them. But I'll take it as a compliment because Elton's got some pretty good taste. Bangkok, Thailand is in the house. Look at this. The global phenomenon just grows globally as we go on here. What do you think these jurors are doing? Well, right now, they're probably just getting to the courthouse. Look at this. Guatemala, another home country of the COE and Space Coast. El Salvador and Guatemala, two of the biggies, along with Panama, are the origin countries of the COE and Space Coast, and two of the three are here. Is Panama in the house? Lamine Yamal, if you know, you know. He is Spain's star soccer player at just age 19. Berlin, Germany. Look at this. I like this idea, Nicole. My own sunglasses. My daughter is 12 and makes her own dresses and handbags, and we were working on a label. She wants to have her own label, and she would actually be good at designing glasses. So there we have. I don't know. So maybe she and I will work on something. Joel looking like a true Jersey guy this AM. I will take that as a compliment coming from a Jersey girl. Crime Junkie 007. Portugal's in the house. The next World Cup is Portugal, Spain, Morocco. I will be somehow going there. Not if YouTube keeps cutting my stream, I won't. But otherwise, the camera quake is happening. It looks like we might hear from this judge in just a moment. Here we go. Let's listen in. Do we have audio here? Because I'm not hearing anything. I just can't handle it today. Do we have audio? I can't handle it today. Get me through Friday, please. Sweden's in the house. Puerto Rico is in the house. Do we have audio? Woodbury, New Jersey. I don't think I've ever heard. I've heard of Woodbury, Long Island. Where's Woodbury, New Jersey, Mark Thomas? Do we have audio? COE, can you send me the thumbnail for today? I'm assuming the pool camera is not feeding audio at this moment. You do see Lindsay Clancy's parents. Here we go.
Hear ye.
Right in time.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, the Justice of the Superior Court.
Those are Lindsay Clancy's
Now,
nurses in the front row,
in full
FYI.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternate jurors are present for the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Send you right back out. So, first question, is any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? No. All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? No. All right. Thank you again for following those instructions. And at this time, you may resume your deliberations. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Sure, this way.
Look at Lindsay Clancy. She's giving a long stare over to the jurors who are leaving now to go deliberate. So this is really a formality. Court gavelled into session. The hear ye, hear ye. You see the 2 assistant district attorneys and Kevin Sprague in the beige-colored suit, khaki-colored suit today, standing for the jurors as they walk out to deliberate.
All right. Counsel, anything we need to address at this time?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
This court stands in recess.
COE, if you can, please send me the thumbnail so I can tweet and Instagram it out to our tens of millions of followers. This is the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And here we go. Start our verdict clock. Looks like we started it a little early. COE might be rewinding on the verdict clock. Nevertheless, we went. All right, so this is about right. About 3 hours and 33 minutes yesterday, and we are just starting now. So we are at 3 hours and 33 minutes and 11 seconds. Now, you guys know I can talk, but I can't talk all day when there's literally nothing going on except jurors deliberating behind closed doors. I have a couple questions. Do you think we get a verdict today? That's question number 1. And question number 2, today is August 28th, the end of the month. I hate Mondays and I hate the end of the month because the end of the month you got to pay bills. When you're married and have kids, all you get are bills. My question, therefore, do you pay bills online? Like, do you sit down? When I was a kid, my parents, Carm and Roy, my dad and my mom, would sit every once a month together, and they were married for 63 years, and they would pay bills. And it was back in the day where we had to lick envelopes. Somehow I got sucked into paying bills, but I do it alone. I don't know why. The COE then reviews everything. But my big question here on this day, my hard-hitting question is, do you sit down and open envelopes and pay bills? Is there one day a month where you go through it all, or do you just do it as you go through the month? I'm curious how the rest of the world does this. William Eyelash already giving me the answer. All bills are done online. Latrell here, I think, saying there's going to be a verdict today. Interesting. Now, the man who called the Diddy verdict accurately, which was a complex verdict, split verdict, was Nima Rahmani, our best guest yesterday. And he says this will go through Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. And if it is a mistrial, it will go to Wednesday. Imagine if I have to sit here till Wednesday and look at this. How dare you in 2026? The man should pay the bills. We still live in a world. This is a crazy thing. We still live in a world, no matter what anyone wants to say, where the women are the child birthers. I don't think that's ever going to change, although there are some people who would argue otherwise in 2026. And the men are supposed to be the breadwinners. And let me tell you something. I have zero interest in childbirth myself. Being a mother is really, truly the hardest thing. I don't say that to kiss everyone's ass. Zero interest in being a mom. But I also have less interest in paying bills. I don't know which is worse or better. I don't know. A crime junkie from New Jersey who knows what I'm saying. No verdict today. I say Wednesday. My dad still sits at the kitchen table and does it the old way. What Allison Cavan or Cavan is not telling you is her dad is probably younger than me, which scares the crap out of me. You know, whenever I hear these young kids talking about their parents, I'm like, must suck to be old. And then I realize I'm older than their parents. I mean, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm one generation away from being the next generation to carousel my way out of wherever we're at right now. Bobby Broadway here. I've had my coffee. I'm still drinking my coffee. Out of my daughter's Stanley. Julia Rock, pay immediately. That's what Carm would like me to do. Carm pushes everyone to do everything, but she herself is incredibly lazy at her core. She gets things done, but she talks as though, you know, Carm will let things pile up. She told me yesterday in confidentiality, which is why I'm sharing it, that it's time for me to take care of her now. She says that she wants her mother back so she can be taken care of in her golden years. Teen Bean, we're bouncing back and forth here between, do you still pay your bills the old-fashioned way, or do you believe that there will be a verdict today? Look at this. Please don't put that up, COE. I am the same generation as your parents. That's great. I'm 57. I don't make any bones about it. 57 years old. I don't know how it happened. I really don't know how it happened. I mean, one day, I was always my sister's little brother, youngest kid. I'm in high school. I'm playing sports. I'm in college. I weigh 101 pounds. I'm skinny. And one day, all online, Wendy Klarman, 65, pays all online. And what do you do with all your envelopes that you get? What do you do with all your envelopes? Also, everything I get is a look at this, born 1950, baby boomer, Daisy Doodle. So she is basically 20 years older than me. I won't reveal her age. My dad, who was a psychiatrist and was the founder of the ever prominent Highland Park Center for Psychotherapy in Highland Park, New Jersey, shared a business with my mother. They did family therapy together. They were in the basement of 49 Woodbridge Avenue. Shout out to the Scott Professional Building that's still there. My dad's office, I'm not sure how he was able to afford a donut, let alone send me to college, but he had a very humble office in the basement of the Scott Professional Building, 49 Woodbridge Avenue, which was a walking distance to my house. He had a office and then a middle area, which was like an administrative little room, a waiting room, and then an office for Carmela, my mom. And they would see patients together. And every month they would pay bills. And my dad at the time, this was pre-online bill pay. He had a very fancy, there we go, Bobby, a man, 45 man child here. Men just never grow up. That's another fundamental problem with men versus women. But my dad had back then, very high-tech method. He got tired of licking envelopes. So then he had a pink sponge, like the thicker sponges. This was like, it was a thin sponge, pink sponge that when it was dry would congeal and dry like in a weird shape from the dry air, would be all, it wasn't flat. It would curl up in weird positions. And then it was time to pay the bills. He would dip the pink sponge into a bowl of water and dab it onto the envelope to seal the envelopes, and eventually moved up from licking the stamps to stamps that were self-adhesive. And then he would send his bills out that way. And every once in a while I'd go and I'd help my dad. And I thought to myself back then in the 80s, what a high-tech system this is. Okay, here's the deal now with these glasses, and I really don't want to take this time to complain or whine, but I'm looking ahead and they're progressive lenses, so I see fine. But then I look down and I'm seeing blurs, like blurriness, because my eyes can't adjust that fast. So here they come. I feel so much better already. I don't know what to do about these glasses and listen, I don't want to sit here and complain today. I really don't. I really don't. I want to be positive. I want to be a positive inspiration. I don't know what to do about these glasses. I don't know if I need the progressives or just full on. Look at this. Sicily is in the house. Wow. The boot, the Italian boot is in the house. All bills. Shout out to all the millennials. Is that what you are? Where's Gen Z compared to millennials? Is that after you guys? Look at this. Making changes. 51 and retired. Trying to rub salt in the wound. Let me ask you, Making. He obviously made money too, beside making changes. But Emmy Nikolov, 41 on Sunday. But did you get married and have children? Are you retired as a single man? I would like to know the answer to that. If you can share that, I would like to know. Joel, keep being you, smashing it. Finally caught live. Big hi from Essex in the UK. I like that the Brits say you're smashing it. Sounds good. Okay, here we go. Julia Rock giving me advice here. Joel, with progressives, your eyes should point like your nose. You aren't bending your head enough. What does that mean? So when I look down, I'm looking. My sister's, who's a doctor, is the one that told me to get the progressives, and she said you have to get used to progressives. I'm all over the place right now. So let's go back to this because this is really what is important here. It's not my eyesight or the bills. Is there going to be a verdict today? And if so, why do you think that? And if not, why do you think that? Humankind says you have to move your head too. What does that mean? I'm fairly athletic, but I'm not that smart, so I don't know. So in other words, like I'm looking here straight ahead, but if I want to read, I have to bend my head down. Like it's very complicated. And it's like they're giving me all these different glasses I just can't I can't settle on the right glasses. And then these are the ones I always wear, as you know, but no matter how much I clean them, they're like smudgy. I don't know. I'm just going to wear these today. This feels much better, actually. Now my question is, do I have to return my progressives for other? I got the progressives because I figure like I'm driving and I'm looking straight ahead. It's going to be normal. Then I look down at my phone. I thought you should just move your eyes down. So if you're looking down at your phone, like you're just looking at the lower half to read. Some people think that I prepare what I'm going to say. I mean, how could I even possibly prepare this? It's so stupid. Like, who would even think to prepare this? Joel, I'm your age. I do. I pay my bills. I pay all my bills online. What I'm saying is, look, you don't get this, like a pile of envelopes in the mail, and then you got to go through that. But everything is a bill, man. Everything is a bill, and it just doesn't understand. I mean, I just don't understand. And I was reading, Generation X has no money to retire. Am I just never going to be able to retire? Am I going to just work till I'm dead? My dad retired at 63. I mean, like, I'm almost there. I don't want to retire, but like, I'd like to know that I can retire at some point. I really would. I'd like to know that I could retire at some point. Okay. 33 months, Gen X to the 7th power here. That's a lot of powers. 33 months a member. I'm the Illuminati OG. Bestie, good morning, STS. There you go. Yes, you are. Gen X to 7th power has been here a long time. Look at this. Verdict today equals not guilty, not criminally responsible. Then, it is Friday here in America, and I find out last night after 8 o'clock at night that my son has baseball practice at 4 o'clock on a Friday. Who schedules a 7-year-old for baseball practice? And then he's in a soccer league? No, you're probably right about this, Donna. I'm guessing you don't write a gratitude list each morning, something to consider unless you enjoy whining. I do. There's a certain joy I get out of whining, but I do give gratitude. I was thinking, like, COE and I, we got married young. She younger than I, but we've grown together, and I'm happy about that. Some people grow apart. COE and I have, I think, grown together, growing a family and doing all of this. So gratitude list is not really my cup of tea, I guess, is what I'm saying. In Norway, I guess most of us have paid online for a few years. I don't think checkbooks have existed since I don't see anyone balancing a checkbook. My point is, don't you get extraneous mail and you've got to go through it, and then there's always a headache, and it's just never ending. But my question is, do you pick one day a month, or are you doing it as the month goes on? In other words, do you have a dedicated bill paying day, or do you just pay the bills as they come in? I have like a weird OCD. She'd be screaming right now. Of course, it's not late enough for her to be asleep yet. She might be taking a nap, but she's not asleep. It's only 7 hours ahead. It's only like 3 in the afternoon there. My question is, do you have a dedicated day to pay the bills? And I have OCD, so I have to collect. Thank you, Ann Potter. Great to have you. I have to collect my mail, and then I like to do it in a day. And I do pay auto pay. I'm not living in 1927. You remember when Amazon came out and everyone said there's zero way I would ever buy a book online because they're going to get your credit card information. And I said, wow, this guy, Jeff Bezos, whoever this idiot is, and this stupid name for a company, Amazon, like what a dumb name. Why would you name a bookstore Amazon? And it's like in the early 2000s. And that idiot realized he'd be able to sell everything from toilet paper to typewriters to my daughter just ordered a sewing machine on Amazon, and he's now the richest guy in the world because obviously he saw something I didn't see. But remember back in the day, there was a long period of time, people don't remember this, where people were reluctant to pay bills online, and you certainly didn't want to buy a book because you were like, oh, everyone's going to get my credit card information. But who had the last laugh in all that? Jeff Bezos did. Jeff Bezos did. You think Jeff Bezos worries about paying the bills like me? You think Jeff Bezos sits down once a month and pays the bills? Or one of his 700,000 global employees does it for him? Now, a year ago, if you told me I would be watching the seconds on an online forum while the host talked about the various degree of sponge dryage, I'd say, now you're pulling my leg. With Jesus and my cat, you just never know where life will take you. Anxiety Maiden says it is OCD, and I make no bones about it. I have OCD. I suffer from OCD. Making bills makes me extremely nervous, and when I get nervous about stuff, that's when my OCD kicks in. Karen would be screaming at me for even discussing this, telling me to please stop talking, but luckily she's not here to stop me. So I hoard my envelopes. I keep them in a certain spot, which is difficult to do in my house because my kids are a disaster and a mess. And when they're not a disaster and a mess, you look over and you see Mike chewing on like 17 bills. But it just doesn't ever end. And I'm extremely anxious today because I will undoubtedly get a couple of bills that I'm not expecting. And then it throws everything off. It throws off literally your financial balance and your mental balance. Max, thank you for bringing us back to this. I cannot see 12 people agreeing on a verdict in this case. Let's go back to this. It is now day 23 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Manslaughter is on the table now. Some are pontificating that manslaughter is a somewhat, even though it's really not a manslaughter case, that maybe we can land on manslaughter here. And by we, I mean the jurors. But I mean, I'll go to the bottom of the chat here, and I'll tell you exactly the answer to this, and then we'll get back to Joel. Me too. Why did Gen X have OCD? I'll tell you why. Because we're the last generation where our parents actually had responsibility. Our parents and our generation is the last generation that worked at corporations. My dad never, ever missed a day of work. My dad was never, in my whole life until he passed away, my dad was never sick, never took a sick day. I honestly don't ever recall, not one time. It was a different generation. My dad grew up in the Great Depression. I've talked about this, born in Brooklyn, raised in the Bronx, where he saw people selling apples for a penny, or pickles, as he says. And it was out of fear. He didn't miss a day of work, because if he missed a day of work, he might end up broke. And I never saw my dad sick. It's weird too. I've never even remember him like with a cold, or sneezing or anything, nothing. But it was the last generation. And then our generation, I have friends who have worked at the same place for 30, 40 years. The difference now is no one even works. You walk out. I live in Miami. No one works. The people who work the least seem to make the most money, but there's no like corporate, thank God, 'cause I hate corporations, but there's no more like corporate loyalty. And we absorbed the anxiety that our parents, the boomer and greatest generation had. And that's why we have OCD and anxiety. And I blame it 1,000% on my mother, not even on my dad. Blame it all on Carm, every last bit of it. My dad, born in the Bronx, raised in Brooklyn. Interesting. My dad's the exact opposite. Born in Brooklyn, raised in the Bronx. I wonder if they ever crossed paths. It'd be interesting if they were on the subway passing each other while one family was moving to Brooklyn and the other was moving to the Bronx. They like waved to each other. No, I'm not down at all today. It's just bill day, it's bill day. And look, when you're married too, you just never know. Is this true? You need to be an athlete to wear progressives? Is that true? You mean because you gotta like move your head and stuff, and I'm not athletic? I got it. I figured it out after that. I do realize, let me put it nicely. I just never know when the COE is going to blindside me with some outrageous bill, which happens every month. And then it just sets me back. And then you got to just tell yourself, look, you're married and this stuff happens, not just to you, but to people. Look, financial stress is a big, it's a big catalyst for divorce. I'm not suggesting I want to be divorced in any way. I'm just saying that financial stress is a big factor in why people end up getting divorced. I don't want to go to a dark place today. I really don't. Look at this, Lisa Cox. This is an interesting comment. My mother-in-law lived to 92, never went to a gynecologist, and had 4 children. Interesting. Why'd she never go to a gynecologist? She just didn't go then? She just didn't want to bother with it? Look, health is like a lottery, right? I mean, my dad used to say the difference between life and death is a decimal point. You get your blood work done. If you're 0.3 instead of 0.2, it could be the end on one of those blood tests. It's a scary thought. Please do hit the like and subscribe button. It would be great for us. Gets the algorithm chugging. But let me just please try to focus for a minute here. So if you think we're getting a verdict today, why are we getting a verdict? If we're not getting a verdict, why are we not getting a verdict? And let us know. All right, friends sent me TikToks here. This is OJRN, OJ Nurse. It has something to do with Kung Fu. Friends sent me TikToks of mothers basically terrorizing their babies, screaming, pouring water over their head, saying, I could be Lindsay Clancy. This is horrible, disgusting. Look, we live in a weird world now, man, where there's such a cry for attention from everybody. It seems like that these TikTokers and Instagrammers are just it's just sad. Shanta or Shantae. Would you say Shantae? If there was a Y, I'd say Shantae, but with no Y, or if there was like an E at the end with like an accent aigu over the A, I would say, or E, I'd say Shantae, but here I'll say Shanta. Go paperless. End of all bills are paid online. I am paperless, but I still get all this crap in the mail. You think eventually mailmen and women will lose their jobs? Okay, listen to this from Janet Moorcraft. Your progressives shouldn't be disturbing at all. Mine are so comfortable and wonderful. Either you got a poor prescription. I don't know that I know how to use the progressives. My own sister told me and she's my sister, she's my blood, my flesh and blood, told me that they would be a little weird to get used to, and then you get used to them. So I don't have much tolerance for discomfort. I would not do well with like birth or pregnancy. I have very little tolerance for discomfort. Gen X, we all played outside. These kids, I mean, we used to play kickball. The Monahan twins used to slide on the pavement into home plate, literally would slide on pavement. You think any kids are sliding on pavement today? No. It helps SGS. It does. If you like and you subscribe, it helps. But once again, let me get back to this. These glasses today are surprisingly less smudgy. Joel, I'm also Gen X and work for corporate America, say, for over 20 years and 2 days. Oh, I'm sorry to hear this. Look at this, 3 years short of. This is why I hate companies. They suck. I hated working for NBC, Fox, hated working for all of them. Hated it because you don't have the control, and they just look, no matter what they say with their bullshit about, we're family and this is a corporate culture and we take care of each other. They're full of crap and they'll just lay you. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry. It bothers the crap out of me. We should have everyone, all 235,000 STSers, write an email to your boss saying you suck. Verdict Monday at the earliest. I think there will not be a verdict. It's going to be a hung jury. AR Wyoming here, love her, one of the more generous people, and I would love to go to Wyoming. I saw the COE last night. I said to the COE, if I'm going to work hard, I want to go visit one cool place in America because America is beautiful, and one place overseas, and I want to go every year. I said I want to go to Montana. I should have said Wyoming, AR, but COE was looking up places in Montana, Whitefish, Montana. We have friends that went there. Being that I am a man of nature and I love to fly fish and hunt, Whitefish seems like the perfect place for me. Your bifocal line might be too high. I need mine much lower. Get it rechecked. Love the meanderings. Keep it up. Thanks. Yeah, it might be too high. Love your rambling. I guess some people could say love your thoughts, love your take on life, but it appears to just be rambling. Wyoming is beautiful. Let's get back to the verdict for just a minute here. Let me go through some of my notes from yesterday, if I can even find them. Yesterday they went through the jury instructions. Of course, once again, manslaughter on the table. Reddington got up there, said, just to recap a little bit about what happened yesterday. He said to the jurors, he seemed off yesterday. You guys think that Montana and Wyoming are must? I agree. It's such a beautiful country we live in. It's so big. And a lot of people live near big cities, and you just see, great. Jenny Baggs just ruined my day without even intending to. I hate my progressives, never gotten used to them. That's going to be me. Good thing I just bought a few pairs. I'm just going to return them. I've already returned them once. I got the regulars, and then I returned them for the progressives. Now I'm going to return them again. I really don't want to complain today. I really don't. Life is beautiful. I'm happy. Things are going well for the most part. Also, by the way, I was going to cover Shanna Gardner, and I really want to get into a rhythm with covering some big cases. And of course, it got continued. I am leaning towards covering Caleb Flynn, the American Idol pastor guy accused of killing his wife, shooting her twice in the head. That's in Ohio, beginning kind of mid to late September. What do you think of that? Should I go cover Caleb Flynn in person? Is there something else that's coming up sooner This is also where my OCD kicks in. Like, I feel like if I don't cover the next thing, then I'll never cover something, because we'll just get COE is kind of like CARM. Like, for them, less is more. For me, more is more. Like, I need to keep myself busy so these thoughts are not intruding my daily space. But the COE, she's fine not covering a trial, but I would like to cover the next trial. So let me know. Yes to Caleb Flynn. Yes, Caleb. I might just do that. And we have a good friend, Jay Fulton, who covered the Tepe murders with us in Columbus, Ohio. I have no idea where in Ohio Caleb Flynn is or how far it is from Columbus, but maybe Jay Fulton would even stick around and help me with that. But so listen, did anyone think that Reddington was a little off his game yesterday? I talked to Joe Krowski via text, who is a friend of Kevin Reddington's. He said it was just absolutely typical of a Kevin Reddington close. There was nothing unusual about it, nothing strange about it, nothing. He didn't, to him, did not appear tired. He just was Kevin Reddington. I mean, how much weight are they going to give to the closings? I don't know. But long story short, Kevin Reddington got up in front of the jury yesterday and said, we met like this 5 weeks ago, that this is an awful case. You've been through some of the most gut-wrenching testimony. I'm going to cover when is Barry Morphew? Is that October? I think it's supposed to be October. I've got to cover that. Crawley with an interesting comment here. There are 9 women in the jury. I wouldn't feel so confident, y'all. It takes one liberal woman. It's interesting because most people have been saying that the women are much tougher on women than the men are. So we'll see. You have to go to Lake Superior in Michigan and either do the boat tour or kayaking tour for the picture rocks. It's a bucket list item. I'll have to check that out while it's still Lake Superior and not Lake America or whatever. I think everyone has got to be tired. That would include me. Obviously, the trial, the whole case is about Cora, Dawson, and Callan. I was glad that Kevin Reddington said their names out loud in openings yesterday. Clearly, he put mental health on trial as a profession, and I think there's something to be said about that. He also put police and in the investigation. And if you saw the Karen Reed trial, there's plenty of skepticism about law enforcement and police in Massachusetts. And I think that is why he leaned into it. COE, by the way, do we have Kevin Reddington arriving at court today? Is there something to play from him walking into court? Because talking for 9 hours is not the easiest thing in the world. I understand it's supposed to be my job, but I'm like 20 minutes in and I don't know that I can go another second.
Hey, Joel, if you need to take a break, you don't have to go all 8 hours, but I'll try to get some elements and pull them up.
What's up, Mike? We do know if they were actually on time today. Yeah. Do we know? Yes, we do know. They were on time. By on time, they were like 15 minutes late, but that's on time here. Our friend Brian Enton apparently reporting that only women aged 40 and over are left on the jury for deliberations. So all the younger women were released. Kevin Reddington went on to say, look, the entire burden here rests on the Commonwealth, and then got into some sarcasm. Yeah, look, this woman was crying for help. She was in a horrific position, but just give her some pills. She'll be all right. Implying, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember Kevin Reddington actually hammering home the quote unquote 13 different medications. I don't remember him saying 13 medications. I thought that would be something we would hear. I don't remember that. Genzo, been in the chat for a very long time. Thank you to Genzo with a super chat here. Yesterday, I was not clear asking about Lindsay talking to Patrick outside. Nima took it in the direction of me blaming Patrick. I was referring to Red's strategy of straying so far from his case. Yeah, I don't think he was blaming you. And if he did, I don't think that was his intention. I just think there's a lot of lack of clarity about what was going on, because she was apparently, he testified that they spoke, but then there was testimony that she was in such bad condition that she was basically like in what equates to a coma. But people deteriorate, and I don't think there's really any way for us to know on scene there right after the either jump or fall from the window whether or not she had the ability to even speak. Kevin Reddington underscored that she was this great mother and great great wife, now an ex-wife, and that there was no past. It wasn't like this woman had some checkered past, and said, look, until this malady overtook her, everything was okay. No idea what's going on in the Tupac case. I've just been doing this 24/7. How much more of the Tupac trial is there? I don't even know. COE, should we just start doing Tupac on Monday? By the way, we have a new studio, and this is not it. So maybe this weekend, the COE and I can get in here, being that I spent like a month with the COE putting it together. We haven't even used it yet. That would be a nice thing to do. Joel from Orange Rose, thanks for the coverage and best guess on this difficult case. Hoping for a verdict today, but likely not, in my opinion. I just want to get back to the progressives for 1 second. I was wearing progressive glasses. For those who use progressives, are you always looking straight ahead? I mean, your eyes obviously are going to go down. Like right now, I'm looking down. Do you tilt your head so you stay in the clear lane? When do you look down to use the lens to read? Like, I just don't understand how they work, is I guess what I'm saying. Yes, Tupac, not interested in Tupac. Tupac closings are on Monday? You kidding me? I don't know. I mean, COE, maybe we'll just take the closings. We were going to just take the openings here. Who resents Joel calling his wife the COE, the chief of everything, because they too are chief of everything at home, but their spouse doesn't get it? I don't think I understand this. Whitefish is beautiful. I don't think I understood that comment. Joel, we might be in verdict watch on Monday. We're playing it all by ear. Good point. Someone's saying just move your eyeballs down. Kevin Reddington also said, look, this is what it was like. This was their life. And he held up a photo, and it was like this beautiful family picture that was posted on Facebook. And then they look at like evidence photos, and he's like, this is what happened. And he blames the medical profession. He blames police. He talks about how this was a very serious suicide attempt. All these people saying that the Commonwealth killed it. Were we watching the same trial? No, listen, I don't think the Commonwealth killed it for 20 days or 22 days until I thought they did a very good job in the closings. I thought Kevin Reddington did a better job in the first 22 days, but I thought they did a much better job than Kevin Reddington. KR's closing, it was not good. He, in my opinion, did not do a good. I don't know. He didn't do a good job. It was just a little meandering, whereas the prosecution was much more straightforward and clear. Kevin Reddington took shots at the Commonwealth regarding quote unquote drinking. Apparently, she had some drinks. Please make Joel do all 8. Can I pay bills while I'm doing it? Kevin Reddington, look, he defended his client. He said, look, they're trying to make it seem like she's some alcoholic and drinking. She wasn't ever drinking when she was pregnant or even had kids. She had a beer every once in a while with her friends. This is when the judge actually stepped in yesterday and he goes, counsel, address the jury, please. He also jumped in one time during the Commonwealth's closing. And I thought Kevin Reddington did do an interesting thing. There was a point in the trial where the Commonwealth is basically trying to say, thank you, Terry. The Commonwealth is the YouTube crash, just haven't been the same since the YouTube crash yesterday. The Commonwealth, this is a trigger warning moment here, but what they're trying to say in their argument is that Lindsay Clancy took the exercise bands and physically pulled for minutes and minutes and minutes and minutes until their lives were extinguished. And what Kevin Reddington says is that's BS. And what she did was actually tied them and basically left them there to be strangled. And even pointed to Patrick saying he had to come and untie these bands. And at one point, ADA Sprague, I think, got up there and tried to do like an impromptu example of it. And so she just took the band and did it like a circle thing. She did this around the neck and she drops it on the desk. And when she drops it on the desk, it totally untangles on its own. And it made the case of the point of the defense even stronger that these bands had to have been tied. And so Kevin Reddington called that if the gloves won't fit moment, of course, alluding to if it doesn't fit, you must acquit from the O.J. Simpson trial. And I thought that was a pretty strong point because it poked a hole, a very obvious hole in part of the Commonwealth theory. He talks about how she came out of a coma with crushed spine and thyroid and blood transfusions and was really trying to hammer home the point about how difficult it was post injury and unaliving attempt, which a lot of people just don't care about because they have no sympathy because she killed her kids. The YouTube crash of 2026 up there with the crash of 1929, Joel's depression. It did set me off in a weird way. Someone told me that Phil was going to have to actually testify because Phil was at the Tupac Shakur autopsy, but I would have heard that, and I don't think he did. So I don't know. But if they're deadlocked, there's a thing called a Tui Rodriguez charge in Massachusetts. It's an Allen charge elsewhere, but in Massachusetts, it's a Tui Rodriguez charge, and they'll force the jurors' hands a little bit to try to come to a decision. But what do you think? I don't know. What do you think's going on in the jury room right now? I know it's hard to explain that through comment in the chat, but I'm so curious. I mean, are they just meticulously going through the evidence? Also, do you feel like the jurors feel a burden to jury has a note? You see this, COE? What does this mean? The jury has a no. COE, let me know that you're on this, please. COE, let me know that you're on this, please. Stand by, everybody. I want to see if the jury...
Yeah, it is being reported that they have a question.
Okay, so let's leave this up. I don't know what that question...
We are leaving it up regardless. So if there's a question and they ask it or anything is announced here, we'll be able to hear it and see it, as that right there is a live feed. But I'm monitoring it. I'm sorry, I have all the dogs. I'm monitoring
Joey,
everything.
Can you send me the thumbnail for today, please?
Yeah.
Also, COE, I'm on an island here. I have no way to communicate. So if we get something like a note, I need to know that you guys are.
You have access to Wi-Fi, don't you?
We'll discuss.
Pull up your phone.
Later.
Keep the alerts.
We'll discuss this later.
Pull up your phone. But I'm watching everything here on Twitter, and I have alerts, so I am seeing it come in.
Melissa Navone. Yesterday, when everything was going haywire with YouTube, she goes, "Hey, Joel, looks like you lost a lot of viewers." Well, Melissa, when YouTube cuts my stream for zero reason, that is usually what happens. It's usually what happens, but I appreciate you letting me know. Looks like we're going to get something from the camera move. Whenever the camera moves like that, that's Fox News is reporting. All right, everybody. Apparently there's a note. COE, please send me that thumbnail so I can tweet it out. Let me try to see what I can find here as regarding this note. Bear with me here. If you hear silence, this isn't like the old radio days. I'm not going to be able to fill up every second of airtime here. But I will try to. All right, let's what do you guys think this note is about? What fun would it be to not try to speculate on what the note is? What do you guys think this note is? But I will try to. All right, look. I did not know this. This is good to know. Andrea Yates is Linda Mon wants to know. It's basically murder one, manslaughter, which is life in prison without parole, a manslaughter charge, which would be much, much less time. I don't know if they can decide on like a second-degree murder charge. Someone let me know if that's on the table. I honestly don't know. Like I don't know if they can suggest a murder two as opposed to a murder one. But then there's not criminally responsible, which means she's going to a mental hospital for a very long time. And then the weirdest outcome imaginable is a mistrial, which is likely. And if there's a mistrial and the DA does not, here we go. We're back in court. Let's listen in. This could be the question. Here we go.
This court back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar?
Stand by, everybody. Stand by, stand by. Okay, a bit of drama on day 23 and day 2 of verdict watch here. What are your best guesses here? The judge just called a sidebar. The judge came out. He was moving the fastest I've seen him move in a while. I mean, what could possibly I don't know. They're less, you see this. So yesterday they deliberated for, I believe, 3 hours and 33 minutes. And you see now we're at 4 hours and 22 minutes. which is why I tell my kids you have to learn math, because it's now less than an hour today, and they have a question. What do you think? I mean, any I don't know if we get to hear the question. I don't know. I think every courtroom might be a little bit different. Eventually, I think we will know it. But there's obviously something that is gnawing at the jurors, or they have a question about, and so they through a court officer. And by the way, if you didn't see, they swore in the court officers. Not only are the deliberating jurors under the guidance or watch of court officers, apparently the alternate jurors are also apparently, I guess, still there. I thought that typically they sent home the alternate jurors, but in this case, it sounds like they're sort of keeping them around in case there's an issue and they have to bring in an alternate juror. Vice says sit tight. Summer Girl C says I'm shaking and this is not my verdict. It is Linda. I mean, maybe look, there is a possibility here that they went into deliberations and they took a poll, right? And it said who's not criminally responsible, and 6 hands went up, and who's criminally responsible, and 6 hands went up. And then you're starting from a really difficult position. It's like 50-50. And if some people are like, hey, I'm not switching, I don't care what you say, it is possible that on a Friday morning, on the second day of deliberations, they're already feeling like they're not going to be able to get to a verdict. Jubilant Cherry says, I feel like there could be a verdict, followed by insightful gamer guy, Deadlock. They have a question, I guess. Did I call them joggers? They're jurors. I'm sure some of the jurors jog. Tamara with a super chat. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Here you go.
Joel, now that we have about 10,000 people here in the live chat, can you remind everyone to hit like, subscribe, and also let everyone know that you will be doing a quick short on YouTube if there is a verdict. That should go out for everyone's notifications. So if you're not watching with us for all 8 hours or however long it takes today, we will put out a quick short, and that will let you know that a verdict is in. And usually they give us 20 or 30 minutes before the verdict is actually read.
All right. I think you said everything I was supposed to say, but if you missed that, I think I'm doing a short when a verdict comes in to let everyone know that there's a verdict. I forgot what else. Basically, we're covering this. Was the bottom line. Verdict today with a hung jury is the guest from Jack's. I'm going to mute myself for 1 second here, everybody. Stand by. I'm here. I'm with you. We are all virtually holding hands. You know, this is, with all the division in this world, I do feel like this is the best community in the world. We're all here together. Some want one verdict, others want another, but we're all together. And I feel like we're virtually, it's like a virtual hug / hand holding moment. I'll be right back. I'm here, but I'm muting for a moment. In my experience as a juror in Massachusetts, the alternates sat in a different room and were not allowed to speak to each other. Was a red rum case in Boston. Interesting, Allie Foley. Thank you for that. In a lot of states, they just like in Tallahassee, I know they just let them go home. But here it does sound like they are in another room. which, to be honest, I think is a very smart move. How nervous? I mean, you got to think about this. What do you think the anxiety level is for a Kevin Reddington or the Commonwealth? It has to be very tense for them. Also, what do you all think about Lindsay Clancy's state of mind right now? I'm curious what you think about that. Do you think in her mind she's desperate one way or the other? Like, here we go. Let's see. Audio when available, please.
Anything else we have to address?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Apparently, there was some in-depth conversation in a sidebar here between the Commonwealth, Kevin Reddington, the defense, and Judge William Sullivan. There was apparently, reportedly, a question from the jury, and it appears that it was addressed, and now they're back to deliberations. Let us please not forget, on a serious note, I know I'm not always that serious, but Cora, Dawson, and Callan, let's keep them in our minds while this is going on. They are not here. And so this is difficult. I'm curious what you think, and this is for my own out of my own curiosity, what you think Lindsay Clancy's state of mind is in terms of, obviously a typical defendant does not want to spend the rest of her or his life in state prison. Do you think that she is sort of biting her proverbial fingernails, worried about the prospect? She looks so indifferent to me and so hollow that I don't know that she's even thinking about it. A lot of people are going to say to me, who cares what she thinks? And I'm with Pink Peony here on the three little kids, the angels. LC appears medicated. She does. The judge did not publicly share the details of the question, just sidebar with the attorneys. This is obviously going to be a fluid situation all day. I'm here to hang with you. I might even pay bills while we're all hanging together. I don't know. But give me one moment. Nikki Cuds, my friends. I think she's so medicated and apathetic. Kathy Russin of Law and Crime says that they were holding the bag of medications. Interesting. She looks heavily medicated. Matrix, I'm literally going to just smash my head against the table here if this is an issue. So is anyone else having a streaming issue? So help me. All right, everyone, bear with me for a moment. I am here. Bear with me. Thank you to Louisa here, who's been with us for a very long time as well. Paula Block, super chat. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Please, if you can, hit the like and subscribe button. I know I've said I don't try to pester people, but it really does help us in ways that are hard to explain with the algorithm, with getting noticed by YouTube, and things of that nature. So appreciate that if you can do it.
Hey, Joel, just wanted to hop in here. A lot of people are asking why we didn't hear the question. I'm not sure why, but that's up to the discretion of the judge. What we do know is that the judge was given a question from the jurors that they brought over the bag of medication, and that the judge then wrote something back and handed that back to the jurors. But there was no public explainer.
Do we know if the jury actually enters the gallery, or are they just doing this through a court officer who kind of hands a note? Do we know?
That I don't know. I can find out and ask.
All right, that'd be good to know. COE, why don't you hang out with me for a little bit, since there are over 9,000 people in this show. What are you doing right now, COE, if I may ask?
I hang out and watch every day.
What's Mike up to? If Mike's torturing Fred, I don't,
He's not. I don't know where he is. But Joel, I think Lauren is still there, if you want to text her as well.
Sounds good. Lauren Conlon, our good friend, LA Mag. Generally calm in the COE. When I start talking, give me something to do to divert me and get me out of their hair. And that's what just happened. And they think that I don't know that that's what they're doing. Who wants me to FaceTime Carm live during verdict watch? I would have to let her know that she's on live, because otherwise she will literally start dropping F-bombs. No one thinks she drops F-bombs, but you can ask my kids. They learned all their curse words from grandma. I'm going to reach out to Lauren Conlon, who is a friend, and see if she knows anything about the question. Yes to Carm. I'll FaceTime her in a minute. We'll get Carm on here. Anyone ever ponder how weird life is? It's a very weird thing. Most people take themselves extraordinarily seriously. I think if less people took themselves so seriously, life would be a better place. Ms. Randy here, $10 super chat. Thank you. Lindsay Clancy knew she was having thoughts about harming her kids and then continued to allow herself to be alone with them. To me, that puts some responsibility for what happened on her. Thanks for your coverage. I think there's no doubt about that. The question is, this is where I have trouble. I never had postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. We've had a couple people on who did, and you might know what's going on, but I'm not sure to what extent there's stuff you can do about it. And I'm not trying to blow it off. I just don't know. I really don't know. Becky Joe Pa, authentic is good. Your platform reaches tens of thousands. Many are struggling to afford food. Progressive lenses are a dream. Encouragement, please. Yeah, thank you, Becky. Yes, I agree with you 100% on that. Don't deny that at all. Not at all. And I hear what you're saying. Essentially calling me a spoiled, out of touch Gen Xer, a brat. It's okay. I'm a highly flawed human being. I know that. Allie Foley, court officer, brings note to the judge. Okay, so there you go. I thought that was the case. I'm very sorry to hear this from Cheryl Ann. I just lost both of my parents suddenly within 2 months. Wow. I am very sorry to hear that. That is, I wish there was something I could say to make you feel better, but there's not, because that is a very difficult circumstance. But you've got STS here. If there's anything we can do, we could do what we can to try to help. But you got to use the strength that they instilled in you, and just work to get through it step by step, day at a time. You know, it's interesting. My dad, who was a psychiatrist, was a very big fan of AA. He was not an alcoholic, but he thought the 12-step program was very helpful. And one of the mottos, so I was in high school, I think in 11th grade, and we had to hand in our senior yearbook quotes. I had not researched it, had not thought about it. And I saw my dad in the kitchen in the morning. We had to hand in our quotes. And I said, Dad, I need a quote for my yearbook. What should I use? And he said, use the AA slogan, inch by inch, it's a cinch. Yard by yard, it's hard. Inch by inch, it's a cinch. Yard by yard, it's a hard. And that's what my senior yearbook quote is, still to this day, from Highland Park High School in 1987. Ted Rowland, good friend, best guest, says on Court TV, the judge puts the notes from the jury on record. Joe Krowski's in the house. Look at this. An honor to have Joe here, a good friend of Kevin Reddington's and a fantastic criminal defense attorney in his own right from the great Commonwealth. When there is a jury question, the court will let the attorney see it and then decide whether or not it can be addressed by a note from the court or they need to be addressed in the courtroom. Interesting. Joe is here to break that down. And Joe's the one who texted me about the Tui Rodriguez charge. In case they are deadlocked, in other places it is known as an Allen charge, but the Commonwealth does things its way, and it's called a Tui Rodriguez charge, obviously after some case law involving someone named Tui Rodriguez. And that's what they will do with the deadlocked jury. But great to have Joe here to explain that, and appreciate it. Let me see. Let me check my text here because, okay, Lauren Conlon, we don't know what the question was about, but I did see the judge holding a Ziploc bag of pills. Please make sure you're following Lauren, her stories at LA Mag. She also does all sorts of other things, including working, I believe, with Nancy Grace still. You know, it's nice. There's a sort of a community of online creators in this space that really try to help each other out, and I love it. Local news was similar, I'd say a little more cutthroat in that regard, because you've got the bosses there who don't want you. Like if you're at Fox, they don't want you helping CBS. If you're at CBS, they don't want you helping NBC. But we'd all help each other, and basically said, screw our bosses behind all their backs. But here, there's a really nice community of people, and we do try to help each other. Lauren is amazing. She is what I would call high energy. Melissa Dixon, 1854. Joel Carmen, COE, have changed my life. Your channel and voices are a comfort to me. Wow, this could actually make me, if I wasn't so numb from covering true crime and tired from 3 kids and 3 dogs, I could cry from this. I'm a crime victim, and you all have no idea how valuable STS. I'm actually going to take a photo of this and send this to Carm, because that's thank you for that. That means more to me than just about anything. I don't want to segue into some sort of pitch from my book, but it is the reason I wrote my book about my mother, the only woman who's signed every copy of a book she didn't write, but the book is Surviving the Survivor. And I wrote it because Carm kind of changed my life with her life. She's a child Holocaust survivor, but she's a lot more than that. You know, she survived the death of a child, now the passing of my father. She's been through a lot of things. She was also a licensed marriage therapist, and she obviously, not only being my mother, but just her outlook on life. I don't think I would. I mean, I know I'm pretty weird and strange, but without Carm, I could be a lot weirder and a lot stranger, probably. So thank you, Melissa. That is a very meaningful comment. I appreciate that. Look at this, Jen Blossom going out on a limb and calling out the best guest. I love, by the way, Nico LaHood, who was on last night. You know, you can just tell some people are just salt of the earth people. He's one of those guys. He's just a salt of the earth, good human being, man. Jen Blossom, 33, the best guest Joel has had on during this trial. Dr. G and Brett and Alice, thanks for all the great coverage. Justice for those babies. The good thing about deciding, Louise, if you want to watch Jose Baez again, is that the Shanna Gardner trial just got continued. So you have a lot more time to think about it. And thank you to Melissa Dixon. I'd love to read your book. By the way, it's available on Audible and also anywhere you buy books like Amazon, which I wouldn't have bought 20 years ago because I would have thought someone was going to steal my credit card. But who had the last laugh there? Jeff Bezos did. Joel, use Dawn dish liquid and warm water on your glasses and a soft cotton towel to dry. Oil on your face causes the smudgies. Yeah. For those of you who know, I'm trying to fight Father Time, so I'm using this beef tallow now, which is very like greasy. Trying to eliminate all the wrinkles. It's not working too well, as you can tell. Look at this. Natty 55. Joel, I still balance my checkbook once a week. Every penny on a large notebook. Interesting. My kids will never know what a balancing a checkbook is, ever. All right, so if you're just joining, there was a what's this? What's rose hip oil? I need to Gen X. What's rose hip oil? Where do I get it? I'll try anything to stem the aging process. Joel, a guest you had on that suffered postpartum psychosis explained it and made me understand completely. So thanks for having the best guest. Thank you, Star Shiny. That was Teresa Toomey. She went through it, and it's a very complex thing, very hard to explain. I didn't even look at this. What's the difference? Okay, so what's the difference between rosehip oil and coconut oil? And where do I get rosehip oil? Most kids don't know. Look at this. Tallow is safe but not useful for. Why is it not useful? This is an aesthetic pro here. Her name is Aesthetics Pro. Aesthetics, can you email me survivingthesurvivor@gmail? And I don't want to give you work to do, but could you give me some sort of skin regimen that you think would be ideal? I hate to give you work, but this is going to be a long process potentially today, and there's time. I don't know what you're doing today during the day, but I really need a solid skin. And I don't want to sound vain, but I am trying to stave off aging. And if you're telling me that tallow is not the thing, someone else saying vitamin C oil. I've tried that. Joel, how old's the sibling? I don't want to get incredibly depressed here, but when I was born, he was about 3. He had a genetic illness, and I think he was about 5-ish when he passed away, a little under 5. COE always sounds like your favorite neighbor, and Joel sounds like the neighbor you have to keep reminding he needs to cut his grass. Gary, I like the cowboy hat. Where are you, Gary? Are you in Tucson, Arizona, Gary? Gary, I would like to know where you are. Look at Leon Main. Sometimes it is the simplest advice. Plain old Aveeno Daily Moisture Face Lotion. Now, I've heard about using Vaseline. I know people that do it, but like the Vaseline is just so greasy that it's, I don't know, gets everywhere. You got to test rosehip first on sensitive skin. Medicube line works, I guess it's a skincare line. And then Mim Benjamin knew I'd get one of these. It's more about what you put in your body. Is Coca-Cola good for your skin than what you put on it? Healthy diet will do wonders for your skin. Coca-Cola is probably not the greatest. Then you've got castor oil. It sounds like car oil. Try Keel's Midnight Recovery. If you're just joining us, this is day 23 of the Lindsay Clancy trial and day 2 of Verdict Watch. We're at 4 hours, 45 minutes, and 45 seconds. And there was a question earlier. Apparently, it had something to do with the medications because, according to Lauren Conlon of LA Magazine, they were looking, the attorneys and the judge, at the medication vials. And that's all we know at this point. That's all we know at this point. Getting a text from the COE. Stand by, COE. Stand by. So my son has baseball practice and then a soccer game on a Friday night. Like, who is organizing this? Don't they know that people work? And it's like, why not do it on a Saturday or Sunday? Retinol. I've tried retinol for my ridiculously deep crow's feet, but retinol just like irritates my skin kind of. And I live in Miami and there's a lot of sun here and it's not supposed to be good in the sun. It's all about Aquaphor, not greasy like Vaseline. It doesn't stain clothes. COE is a big, COE and my oldest daughter are big into skincare regimens. My daughter gives me what is referred to as a glow up, which is why I love having a daughter. She will just come into my room and give me a glow up. The next thing I know, I'm looking glowy. Court TV reporting that the prosecution was very happy with the question. Interesting. Netherlands is in the house. Retinol is the only one that works topically. Bunch of celebrities use Nivea, I guess. Look, the Commonwealth yesterday took an interesting strategy that they didn't really take throughout the whole trial, and they came out very sort of empathetic. And I'm looking for my notes here. They said they started their closing arguments yesterday saying, look, there was no dispute she was suffering from mental illness. They just came right out and said it. No dispute that she tried to kill herself. But that is not the issue in this trial. For a long period of time, Kevin Reddington was getting on their case for claiming the Commonwealth was essentially saying she was faking her suicide, that it was this dinky attempt, as he says. But yesterday, the Commonwealth clearly said she is suffering or was suffering from mental health. And Lindsay tried to kill herself, but that's not the issue. The issue is not about mental health here. The only issue that matters is, did she know right from wrong? and she knew right from wrong. So there you go. I asked this earlier. I don't think I saw the answer, so let me ask it again. I saw some of them, but do you think at this point Lindsay Clancy even cares if she goes to prison or Tewksbury Psychiatric Hospital? Do you think she cares? And do you think, this is morbid, but do you get the sense that wherever she goes, there's going to be a moment where she tries to end her existence? Do you think she feels so badly and maybe guilt-ridden, or do you think not at all, that she's over it and she could go on with her life? Let me know what you think. I'm curious to know what you think before we get there. Now, this is something I would try, a raw egg mask, 15 minutes, 3 times a week. I have no problem admitting I would try that. Where do you get a raw egg mask? You actually just take raw eggs? Tewksbury is for men. I've never heard of that. Someone's saying she's at Tewksbury, as far as I know. She ultimately has no life now. Cammie, who's been here forever, shout out to Cammie. Yes, she cares. She probably does not want to be in prison. I mean, I don't know anyone that wants to be in prison. She's not over it. Okay. Look at this from Lee. Thank you so much. The Audible book is great. Joel and Carm are fabulous. Thank you. Talking about the book Surviving the Survivor. If she didn't care, Pink Peony says, she'd have accepted the charges and not been fighting them in court. She wants to be released. I think she wants out. If she is found not guilty, not criminally responsible, she will be out and home soon. Lindsay Clancy cannot protect herself in prison. That brings us to another interesting point. I mean, personally, this is one of them, which is mental hospitals are scary. I think I'd rather be in a prison, and I can't believe I'm saying that, than a mental hospital. Those are scary, scary places. They are scary places. And if she goes to a mental hospital, which she's at now, she'd be locked in there. It's not like she can leave. What do you think if she goes to prison? Do you think she's a target because of her crime? How about that? Do you think that she is a target because of her crime? Joe Simpson says she'll never be free in her head. I mean, listen, I can't even say this because I'm not in her shoes, but if I was in her shoes, I mean, would you want to be around? I mean, really, like, what is your life? Your kids are gone. Your husband is gone. You're responsible. You have to live with it every day for the rest of your life. Like, what is the point? Lauren Conlon says, the note was handed by the court officer to the judge. People are wondering if it's going to be shared and when. It will be shared, I think, but the question is when. COE, we're going to have to discuss this platform later. We just got a little note from our friends on this platform. And to say that I despise them is an understatement, but we'll discuss that privately. Obviously, she would not be a target. Interesting. I would think that she would be a target. Why do you say obviously she would not be a target? A woman that murders her 3 kids, why can't we just have our own platform, COE? Our own little platform that we run. Can't we just do that instead of having some algorithm tell me what's right and wrong? If YouTube was a person, I'd try to smack it in the face. That's how I feel right now. Lucky they're not a person. Where'd Elton John go? What is this? Was Elton John in the chat? Elton, come back, man. Have you seen him try to walk lately? I would have to agree with Raul B32 here. I think she has thought of a plan. I get that sense too. I would put it this way: I would not be surprised, and I don't wish this on her. I don't want her, but I would not be surprised if we got news that she was not with us in the not so distant future. I just don't see. I just don't see how anyone in her position, like, what do you look forward to? Like the premiere of Odyssey in the movie theater? Like, what do you do if you're Lindsay Clancy? Like, well, there's 0 to look forward to in life. Like, your life is just destroyed every which way you look at it. I mean, even her family, even her parents, like, how do her parents even, like, go on? It's amazing, like, what people endure. Let's see, Spacey working on a couple of different feeds behind the scenes. She wouldn't be in Gen Pop. I guess not. Plus, I mean, obviously the wheelchair. She wouldn't go to a quote unquote normal prison. Is there such a thing as a normal prison? I don't know. Which prison? For those in Massachusetts, is there a prison that you know of that sort of I guess would cater to her needs? I know cater is not the right word, but yeah, I don't know. Melissa wants to know if Lindsay's sister is married. She has a different name. I don't know. I think she is married. I don't know about whether I think she has kids too. I think she said that on the stand, I believe. If anyone knows if Lindsay's sister is married and has kids, let us know. Bridgewater State Hospital, but that's not a prison. Joe, thank you, Ann. I appreciate it. Bridgewater State Hospital, that's not a prison, though, right? That's a state hospital. Blue Ridge says she's only living for her parents. I mean, and then her parents, thank you, Blue Ridge. And then her parents, I mean, everywhere they go, those are the parents. I mean, it's just so many lives just destroyed and lost. Andrea Yates, I don't know much about Andrea Yates now, but what is her purpose in the psych hospital? Evelyn, let me know. What is she doing now, Andrea Yates? Thank you to J.K. Kravitz here, or is it Jacquet? We love Surviving the Survivor. You hear that, YouTube? I don't know enough about Amy Schumer to think about her, to be honest, other than, I mean, she's like sort of a comedian. Other than that, I don't know what to think. Judge mentioned Bridgewater. Bridgewater will be her new address, but isn't Bridgewater, is it a prison or is it a state psych hospital? I don't know. On top of everything else, like, I don't know if this is total sarcasm or not from Lisa Cox. She wants to do a wheelchair race, but on top of everything else, she is this like total athlete who absolutely on top of everything else is now confined to a wheelchair. So like, just add that to the, I mean, I don't know. From Dixit, cute pup. I think the only comfort she has is having dinner with her folks. That protective factor would be gone in prison. Thanks for your coverage. Love to Carm in the Republic of Ireland. Thank you. I think that's Ireland. I wonder if I get the flags wrong and then people are like, this dumb idiot just said thanks to the Republic of Ireland, but I'm actually in India. A lot of people have been writing to me that there's, very similar cases in other countries. So I don't know if it's raising awareness or what. Do you think the husband has a defamation case against these TikTok psychics? I don't know if you mean psychics or psychos. I'm not sure which, like the professor in the Cobra case. I think you do. I think he does. Whether he'll pursue it, I don't know. But a lot of people have like convicted him and are just saying he's totally responsible. And I don't know how you can say that where there's zero evidence. You can't just yell fire in a crowded theater. And that's essentially what these TikTokers are doing. There are mental areas in prisons, will be near medical due to constant needs and be on watch, from Shanta. Is it Shanta or Shantae? I really need to know, Shanta. Book, Netflix is coming. Pink Peony says, I hope Patrick does sue them. He is a victim. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, it's just crazy. Like the amount of conspiracy theories today, I think they've always existed, but now there's a mechanism to get them out there known as TikTok and Instagram and all these other places. I'm not running out of energy. I'm just reading comments here, but we are, for those who are just joining in, day 23 of this trial and day 2 of verdict watch. You can see here they just went over the 5-hour mark. It's getting interesting, not quite yet, but it is 10:48 in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And court gets out at 4 p.m., usually recesses at 4. So they've got an hour and 12 minutes to noon to 4. They have 5 hours and 12 minutes. So basically the amount of time that they deliberated up to now is what they have left in this day to deliberate. And if there is no verdict today, we move on to Monday. So let's take another impromptu STS poll here. I'll go scroll down to the end, which is where I'm at. Do we get a verdict today? Yes, no, and why? No one was more freaked out than us, and I appreciate the kind words here. Love STS was super freaked out when they shut us down yesterday. It's like living in North Korea. They run the show. It drives me crazy. I'm going to get off of that this platform. What are you going to do about it, algorithm? What are you going to do about it if I get off of here? What do you, Spacey, can that algorithm hear me? Is he listening to me, Spacey? You got to let me know, Space. Can I talk crap or not? But what are you going to do, algorithm, if I just leave your platform? Monday, Chili Karen says Monday for a verdict. Let's try to be kind. This is true. Michelle here. This chat has been different than a typical STS chat. I can't believe the amount of unkind comments in the chat. Most of them are probably about me, but OMG from Levi McManus, who I've met during this trial here. Oh, Jesus. Does it really? The algorithm is listening. How does it listen? I love YouTube. You are the most amazing platform. Does it understand sarcasm? Without you, YouTube, I wouldn't be able to feed my children. I love you. I love you. Without YouTube, where would the world be? I didn't know about this, but I don't know anything about it. Do you know that Patrick Clancy started a foundation called the Heard Foundation, like you're being heard? Let's kudos to him. This is true too. This is why I won't say anything bad because they're listening, but what do they care? They're just making money hand over fist. They all, by the way, whenever we get like oh my God, you have so many ads, we hate it, blah, blah, blah. It's not us, it's them. It's how they make their money. More people watch that platform than anything else in the world. It's also the number one search platform engine in the world, I believe. Spacey knows everything. Spacey could teach a course called YouTube University. Luis, I don't want to bore you with my glasses. They're progressives. I don't know how to wear them. They give me a headache. Look at this. I bet you start seeing facial products in your ads soon. I bet you're right. Let me know if that's what comes up. We're just in a holding pattern here. So not only are they listening, but they're watching also. Listening and watching. It's been a long 3 weeks, I think, for everyone. This has been a trial that's an outlier. I don't think it's a typical outlier. And I think it's taken a toll on a lot of people. Just going to take a quick glance here at social media and see if anything interesting is popping up. Brett of the Prosecutors Podcast tweeting this out 40 minutes ago. Interesting to get his perspective. Can someone explain to me the judge's reticence to do things in open court instead of at sidebar when the jury isn't even in the room? What's with the secrecy? There you go. Okay, Lauren Conlon. Kevin Reddington just walked out of the courtroom and told a few of us reporters that the jury had asked to see 2 bags of pills and the knife. They asked to see 2 bags of pills and the knife. These were the pills found in the kitchen and also found in the bedroom drawer. So those are the things that were, quote unquote, not investigated properly. Interesting. I'll read that again. Give me one more second. All right. So Lauren Conlon of LA Mag saying Kevin Reddington just walked out of the courtroom and told a few of us what the jury had asked to see, which was 2 bags of pill bottles and the knife. That's the knife she used to cut her wrists and neck. These were the pills found in the kitchen and also found in the bedroom drawer. And someone in the comments commenting that these are the things that were not I guess, properly investigated. So we're getting some information on this now. Jury has now been deliberating, as you see, for over 5 hours, 5 hours and 10 minutes and 3 seconds to be precise. Here's a headline from the New York Post. Hollywood gripped by Lindsay Clancy murder trial with the biggest studios plotting projects. Thank you to Jackie Atkins here. Labor Day, for those wondering, is September 7th. Did people have plans for Labor Day? That's where we're at right now. Labor Day plans. Lindsay can be an advocate for better care for women and mental illness in our country. Thank you for your coverage of this very difficult case. I agree, Denise. I mean, I guess out of every awful, horrible tragedy, there is some good that can come out of it. And maybe that's the good that could potentially come out of this. There are mental areas in prisons. She'll be near medical due to constant needs and be on watch. You know, I get new friend. It's is it Showanta? Showanta. Showanta. COE, is that right? Showanta? Or is it Showanta? Showanta. Why is the SH lowercase and then O? Sounds like it should be Showanta. I'm just going to say Showanta. COE, how would you pronounce this? Showanta? COE's off. Scrolling Instagram. Maybe on a lunch date with a hulking Instagram model, a coffee shop. Who knows? Things happen in life. One of the things I love about trial is it Showanta?
No, there's not like a hyphen. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I could be wrong, but if you read it the way she wrote it, like let's do it phonetically, it would be Shonta.
If you read it phonetically, it'd be Shon.
It's not
Shon.
Okay. Yes, but there's not.
Shonta.
Yes, so Shonta.
Shonta.
Or it could, yeah.
It's not that easy to figure out, Shonta, the way you did this. I don't mean to come down on you because you're just trying to. If it was Shonta, then I would spell it SHO. Shonta. Okay. Shonta. Like if you shone a light and then put ta at the end. Shonta. Thank you. Shonta, thank you. 2 syllables, Joel. I meet friends in trials that I don't know, but I feel like Max Bang and I go way back. Of course, the Hollywood vultures will take advantage of this. Yes. Is there anything more insufferable than Hollywood? Is there anything more insufferable than actors who just give us their point of view on things in life? I mean, anything more insufferable than listening to actors like during the Oscars telling us what to think of life and how they feel. Like, I couldn't care less. I would rather listen to a Starbucks barista tell me that any day of the week than some Hollywood celebrity. They're all just a bunch of friggin' crackpots, every one of them. Every last one of them, except maybe Adam Sandler. It's the only one that makes sense. Julie Robinson, I want to say thank you and COE for the coverage on this case and your information that you share with us and keeping us in the loop on what's going on while we wait for the jury to come back. Thank you, Julie. And I like your avatar, although it is scary. Scary. Thinking of getting a 4th dog, either a boxer or a pug. Saw a cute little pug. It was a girl. And it almost looks like she has like eyeshadow and eyeliner. She has like raccoonish eyes on a pug. Looked a little, almost like a goth-like pug. Like, imagine if a pug was goth. That's what this pug looked like. I was thinking of maybe inquiring. 3 dogs might be enough. Hate Hollywood. No trust for Hollywood. This is bad for Lindsay Clancy, as jurors are checking whether she was a good patient, which has nothing to do with the ultimate question. This is what the CW wanted. Interesting. I'm not that smart, so I didn't deduct it that far down. I brought Billy Bob Thornton up the other day. Is he annoying or is he cool? Like, I hope he's not one of those guys that gets up during the Oscars and like just starts talking. Yeah, this is probably a good point, Space Coast. Dude, you still need to train Fred, not to Mark. I think that train is past, man. The ship has sailed. Fred's just in a diaper right now for the rest of his life. He's got no choice. Mike and him, look, Mike's in the shoe. He's in the solitary housing unit. He's a terror, that guy. Mike's an absolute terror. He doesn't leave Fred alone. How the hell? I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Those two, Deborah Berg had a pug that almost drowned at a lake. I'm glad he didn't. Pugs are not the best swimmers. You got to keep an eye on them. He's napping right now. I love Billy Bob too. He's cool, but tell me he's not one of those really. I don't think I've ever heard an interview with him. Just tell me he's not one of those annoying hot. I mean, Spacey lives in the heart of Los Angeles. It's literally the most insufferable people. Just unbearable, those people. And then got to be the most overpaid people. Like, you see an actor from like 1977, like Donna Mills or someone, not to pick on anybody, and they're like living in these extravagant homes. Like, you just pay actors like exorbitant amounts of money. Like, they all you have like a 2-line part in a movie and now you're set for life. Stacy, our pup is starting training day today. Trust me, we talked about it. I even called a couple places. Yeah, it's for us, it's just prohibitively expensive. Yeah, we have a solitary housing unit. It even I used to have a sign when he inherited it from Fred. He used to have a sign said San Quentin prison on there and something else. Um, Everyone loves Billy Bob, but is Billy Bob is he cool? Is he one of these guys that's going to just start? Did you guys see the video yesterday with Glenn Close? I mean, she's a phenomenal actress, but she posted something on Instagram where she's on Instagram and she's like in the middle of an endless, what appears to be ranch. And she's like, "Hello, everyone. I love you all. The wind is blowing through my hair, my gray hair, and I'm just so grateful. I'm so very grateful for all of you. And I just want to say goodbye. Goodbye." And that's her video. Like, is she dying? A lot of people have thought that it meant that she was dying. And now people couldn't handle it because, like, first it's Dolly Parton that is universally loved, and now it's Glenn Close. And she's like, "I'm in my mama's in my mama's shirt." She's in a plaid shirt, but like, is Glenn Close dying, or is she just being weird? I don't know. She was not boiling rabbits, Max Bang, but she might as well. I mean, I'll tell you what, that video is a lot scarier than Glenn Close and Fatal Attraction. Go watch the video. It's all over the place. People are like, "Is she dying?" Like, these actors are so far removed from reality. It is weird. Like, imagine just going up to Glenn Close and being like, "Hey, what's up, Glenn? Like, what do you think of the Lindsay Clancy trial?" Well, Joel, the wind is blowing in her hair from the fan in courtroom 3A in Plymouth. And that rock, it really belongs to the British, that rock. But before then, it belonged to the Native Americans. And we stole their land. And I stole my mama's shirt. I mean, they're so out there. Nikki Cuds, Joel, yeah, this is what she said. "I'm back home. I'm back home." Where was she? It looked like she was in Wyoming, like AR's ranch. By the way, I picture AR living on like a 80,000 acre ranch in Wyoming, where one day I just bring, this is the, I just read this COE, but I appreciate you bringing it up. But this is, I honestly don't know. Tina wants to know. I mean, I have no idea. I really have no idea. I think this sounds like if they're going through the pills and the knife, that maybe they're onto something that they're agreeing on. I don't know. Glenn Close lives in Montana, but like, what's wrong with like, "Hey, everybody, it's Glenn. I'm at my ranch in Montana. I'm wearing my mom's shirt," but it just has to be so weird. All of these people are just so, and the longer they're in Hollywood, they're so weird. People keep telling me to do this. Search up Deidre Morley, Ireland. Same case, same date, just 3 years before on look at this. That's interesting. On January 24th, 2020, she was found not guilty, reason of insanity. Who decides that, Levi? I think in Ireland, it's probably a panel of judges, or is it a jury? Let me know. Oh, this makes me feel better. Billy Bob was on Rogan, said he despises actors. I'll actually probably go find that and maybe listen to it. Glenn Close is weird. You know what else is weird? YouTube, that I'm sitting here talking about Glenn Close while we're waiting. Guys, I mean, forget the jurors deliberating. I've been talking for 4 straight hours here. I think it's all easy to talk for 4 straight hours. I have no idea what I'm so friggin' tired too. Joel, why do you tell your community that you are tired, Joel? This is your job. This is my mom in my head. Joel, I put a photo. This is awful. Didn't even see it. I'm just like staring into space. Exhibit 4. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is Lindsay Clancy. She could be anyone's mom. I mean, how many times do you go to the zoo or the park and you see 3 adorable, look how adorable this little Callan kid was. What a little pork chop. Little butterball. Cora making that funny face. I mean, are you just trying to put me into a mental hospital COE? Just trying to depress me beyond any recognition? Is that what's going on here, COE? Yeah, I'm telling you, if you haven't seen this Glenn Close video, I mean, and then you get Halle Berry, and I only know because I follow her on Instagram for some weird reason. And she's like, this is 60, and she's in like a thong bikini. It's like, okay, this is 57, and I'm not getting naked because I would lose subscribers. Mim Benjamin, Mim, we got to come to Switzerland. I told the COE last night, I said this earlier, look at this. Be nice to the COE. Be nice to your mom. Be nice to CEO. The good thing about not doing a show on Friday with Carm is I don't have to get 10,000 emails saying that I'm cutting my mother off and that I'm rude to my mom. AR, do you live on an 80,000 square foot ranch in Wyoming? And if so, can I drop my kids off there next summer? I don't need to go. I mean, is Glenn Close a great actress? Yeah. Is she probably just a weird lunatic to talk to? Yeah. We don't get political, and I don't know if this is, yeah, he was cute, a cute little kid, no doubt. This is a super chat. I'll bring it up. Just got out of ICE detention center. I don't mean to laugh, but I really don't mean to laugh. It's not funny, but it's just funny in the context of this, and it's more random than anything I could ever think of. Luciano Braginski just got out of an ICE detention center and missed the whole case. What's the probable verdict? They're deliberating right now. Why were you in an ICE detention center, and why did you just get out now? What is going on in this world? Like, you can't even go to like a gas station in this country anymore without, I'm not going to get into politics. I don't know what to think about anything anymore. I really don't. I can't believe there are 10,000. Trust me, Kayla, there's no one more surprised by this than me. No one. By the way, if you have not liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. It helps us more than you know. We've got an active Patreon page, and I've got a book that's honestly more important to me than anything in life called Surviving the Survivor. It's about my mom. It's a very important story. Do you know that when I started writing that book, there were 265,000 Holocaust survivors still living, and now there's a ridiculous, it's like we're at like 100,000. So there's not a lot of them left, and Carm is I call her endangered species, but the book will change how you see life. It's not all about the Holocaust. We actually, there's a lot of humor in it, unintentional maybe, but there's a lot of humor in it. The book opens in my dad's nursing home called Miami Jewish. That's where the book begins, just to give you an idea. So, and I'm walking down the hall wondering, there's in Miami Jewish, if you go there in the hallways, there's just portraits of really rich people from the 1940s who built Miami Jewish, and every one of them is dead. And I'm just walking through the hallways wondering who the people are. So that's kind of how it starts. And then it kind of goes downhill from there. But the book is Surviving the Survivor. Five hours, 29 minutes. Right now, 5 hours and 30 minutes on the nose. Jurors have been deliberating in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Will we get a verdict today? Is the jury deadlocked? If the jury is deadlocked, in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, there's something known as a Tui Rodriguez charge, where the judge will sort of force their hand, but you can only do so much. The jury had a question today. It involved 2 of the medication bottles and the knife used to presumably slash Lindsay's wrists and neck. They wanted to look at that and see it. Why? We don't know. Oftentimes, this is what juries want. They want to see and touch and feel and know what's going on with some of the evidence, and that's what happened here. And other than that, we don't know anything beyond that, other than 9 women and 3 men are deliberating. 9 women and 3 men are deliberating. I'm just checking social media in case I'm missing something here. All right, let me share some family news. This is Friday in the Waldman home, 11:17 a.m. There's a family text thread. My daughter is at school, or is where she's supposed to be. No, she's at school as far as we know. And at 11:09, 8 minutes ago, she texted the family saying, "I want to get a Highland cow." That's it. I want to get a Highland cow. COE, any chance you could bring up a photo of a Highland cow? Now, there is some context to this. It's not as weird as I am. It comes up because we were at a birthday party last weekend. People in Miami do weird-ass things. And last weekend, for this kid's birthday, the family decided they would bring in some farm guy with 1 Highland cow. Well, what they didn't realize, it was a Highland bull. I don't know if there's such a thing as a Highland cow, but this was definitely a bull, because the guy, he didn't speak any English. He spoke Spanish, but he knew the word bull, and he told me 1,000 times it was a bull. And when they brought the Highland cow or bull out of the thing that they transport animals in and brought it into the backyard, luckily we were not there yet. We got there late. The bull started to headbutt the little kids, which I would have paid to see that. I would have loved to see that. And it was a little too violent. And so they dragged the Highland bull out of there. And when we got there, he was being transported away. My son, who's 7, was desperate to see the Highland bull. So I had to lift him up over the things. It's like a high thing where they keep him in the transport. And at the very moment that I lifted the Highland bull, it was time for him to go number 2 in the transport truck. And it lasted for like 7 minutes. And my son thought it was the funniest thing in the world. I was trying not to vomit. And now a week later, out of seemingly nowhere, my daughter wants a Highland bull. So COE, I really think we should get a Highland bull and just keep it in the backyard. I think it would do well in the tropics of Miami. Are both Mike and Fred neutered? If not, that can be an issue. Also, what is the age difference? If Mike is going after Fred, could Mike want to? Yeah, Mike is trying. So a couple things. The vet actually encouraged me not to neuter Fred. I think I'm still going to go and get him neutered because it's getting crazy. Mike is too young to be neutered, but Mike tries to mount Fred, not in a sexual way. You sick people out there. But Fred tries to. I honestly can't believe that there's 10,000 people listening to this. This is like a study in human psychology. Mike is trying to mount Fred. Fred hates Mike. If Fred could make a fist with his paw and punch Mike in the face, he would. Instead, he just yelps. But Fred, in an asexual way, Mike in an asexual way tries to constantly mount Mike. Mike's tired of it. And Fred's tired of Mike, I should say. I don't know what I'm saying anymore, but it's a problem. I got to get them both neutered. Mounting is dominate. Yeah. Now AR is asking me. Anyone from Jersey? I'm from Jersey, Stacy. A neutered bull is a steer. Now I didn't check the Highland bull to see if he was neutered. If he's headbutting little kids, my guess is he's not neutered. He's got that testosterone all fired up, and he's like, I'm stuck in this transport vehicle. I just got out. Let me go and just headbutt as many 6-year-old kids at a birthday party. That Highland bull's like a hero to many, including me. They had to literally, we got in there, and the mom was like, yeah, I didn't realize he was going to be headbutting the kids. And I got so nervous, we just sent him away. The bull was there for like 9 minutes. But who brings a Highland bull to they listen to this podcast, I could get in trouble, but who brings a Highland bull to like a 5-year-old's birthday? Like if I'm organizing a 5-year-old's birthday, the first thing I'm thinking is not going to be, okay, let's get a Highland bull. Might be like the 3,117th thing I'm thinking, but it's definitely not, the top 5 of what I'm thinking of doing. Maybe a clown, magician. Donna's from Jersey. Ever been to Tasty Subs in New Jersey, or used to be Highland Pizza and they changed the name? Valid question. Thank you. I think it's valid to ask who would bring a Highland bull to a 5 or 6-year-old birthday party. Please do not promote Highlands for pets. Jody, do you think that there's anyone who seriously would get a Highland bull because I mentioned it? Seriously, do you think anyone is out there going, hey, Joel just mentioned a Highland bull, I'm going to go out and buy one? Anyone who listens to me is a moron in general. Do I think they'll go to lunch at 12? That's a good question. I didn't even think about that. Did not even think about it. Jersey girl, greatest state in the union. I agree with this, by the way. Clown is scarier. You heard about the guy in Philadelphia who was chasing everyone around. By the way, Philly is the COE's favorite city for a number of reasons. Who did the fireside chats? Was that Franklin Roosevelt? They were exhausting. Teddy was one of the Roosevelts did those fireside chats. Look at this. Yeah, Tasty. So everyone knows Tasty. And she's running. Diana's running out to get a Highland bull. That's Jersey attitude right there. Highland bulls all day over clowns. Now, a llama is sort of harmless. Tell you one of the scariest things I've ever encountered. We took the kids when we first moved here, northwestern New Jersey. Shout out to northwestern New Jersey. One of the scariest things I've ever experienced was COE. What's the name of that place? Like the Lion Safari or something. It's somewhere in South Florida. We went there and we almost all got mauled to death by an ostrich. Remember that? Things started, Palm Beach, whatever. Things started pecking on the window. And it's like 1,000-pound bird. And we were all screaming in terror. An ostrich is a scary animal, man. What do? It starts flapping its wings. Like an alligator is scary as hell, but at least you can try to like get on the other side of its mouth. But what are you gonna do with an ostrich? It's just like, yeah, they did say don't put the windows down, and then of course we put the windows down. Like an alligator, you might have like a fighting chance, or a bear, you just run. But an ostrich has wings. You don't realize, like, an ostrich opens its wings and it's knocking you out from the force. Like, they're so strong. Looks like a skinny little thing. Thing will stomp you into oblivion. Lion Country Safari, Posh Paper. That's it. I don't know what has happened to my life. I was once a network news correspondent, and now I don't know what I am. We talked about this earlier. Jury is almost all Gen X. Analysis, thoughts. I'm Gen X. I have no idea what I would do on this. I really don't know. I mean, you got to laugh a little, Ella. I'm really not intentionally trying to do this, but I've got to talk here while we wait for this thing. Judy and Jean, I love the Lyon County Safari. That might be an extreme sentiment to love the Lion. I mean, it was fun. I love animals, so I love to do that. I had no idea. Yeah, it's a drive-through in West Palm. Llamas spit, no idea. I would love to have one that would spit on people. I had a full petting zoo and a pony to ride for my daughter's first. Leslie, we had very similar things, and we lived in Washington. We lived in DC, like in the capital, and the COE thought it'd be a good idea to bring a petting zoo into an alley of what used to be an absolute, like, urban area. Let's put it that way. It was a disaster because the only kids that wanted to ride the pony were too heavy to ride that. I was reliving after the termite pest control tenting of our home. I was reliving the time the COE thought it'd be a beautiful idea to go to some outdoor gardening place in Washington, D.C., and then bring home 10,000 potted flowered plants. And within 31 seconds, there were 10,000 bees around our house when we had a 1 and 3-year-old before my son was born, and took 6 months to get rid of all the bees. Safari at Great Adventure, I do remember the Safari at Great Adventure. I guess it's not there anymore. Just spend $10 to say it's so relaxing to have you in the background on mute. Then I can unmute sometimes. And it's like having Andy Rooney on tap from Cleveland. Thank you. Thank you. It is certainly not easy to sit and talk for hours. I'm losing energy. Best diners, hands down, are in New Jersey. Great diners, good tomatoes, good carcinogens. Drive down the turnpike from like exit 13 to the Lincoln Tunnel, and God knows how many carcinogens you're inhaling. Do not take Joel's advice. I repeat, don't run from a bear, lay down and play dead. That's probably good advice. Llama spat in my face when I was at the zoo. You have video? What's going on with these jurors? What's going on with these jurors? Have you heard of the emu wars in Australia? Emus won. I don't know if that's a joke. Now, kangaroos in Australia, they'll actually hit you. Look at this from Mim Benjamin. About 40 minutes from me, I never heard of this ever, is Barryland, a unique place dedicated to the St. Bernard dog. They have puppies, and it's such a marvelous place to visit. Ever since I was a kid, because my grandmother lived in Lausanne, Switzerland, I've always wanted a St. Bernard, and then I just decided it was probably not the best breed to have in Miami. But I absolutely love St. Bernards, and they really use them on the mountains in Switzerland. At least they used to. And they really had those little barrels with alcohol, liquor, whatever in there at one point. But I mean, what's more beautiful than a St. Bernard? Not a lot. Don't know who this is. Eeyore. What is Eeyore from? Is that like Shrek or something? Here comes a COE.
Eeyore is from Winnie and the Pooh.
It's a weird thing. I don't know what it was with Carm. I could ask her that too, but I don't know any of those things from childhood. In fairness, we lived in Israel from when I was the age of 3 to 5. My parents thought that they might move there. And I like any of these like kids things like Winnie the Pooh and whatever else. I never had that. I just never had it. Did my kids ever read Winnie the Pooh, COE? I don't think they know who Eeyore is.
Yes, everyone does.
They do?
Everyone.
Could have asked them. COE, what do I do here? I mean, they've been deliberating for 5 hours and 46 minutes. And by the way, I thought lunch was at noon. Lunch here for these jurors at 1. There's just no way that I can make it to 1 o'clock right now doing this. Let me just check social media for a minute. What does this mean? What does this mean? Winnie the Pooh, not Winnie the Pooh. What does that mean? Winnie the Pooh, not Winnie the Pooh. What are you painting, RV? Just got a puppy Bernese Mountain Dog. Those are the long-haired. I wanted to get a Greater Mim, what do you know about Greater Swiss Mountain Dogs? That's what I wanted really too. They're kind of a short-haired Burmese Mountain Dog. Can I please call Carm on air? I could try that. I'm just terrified of what you might say. Hold on. Does anybody else have like part of my OCD is I don't like my email to build up. COE and Carm have something, I'm not kidding, close to 500,000 unread emails. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. Space Coast, do you filter your emails? Do you go through unread email space? I'm sure you do not have 100,000 unread emails, but between the COE and Carm, it's something like 500,000 unread emails. So I'm actually clearing out my email right now as we speak, because it gives me like anxiety to know that I'm going to go back. Also, another superstition or magical thought that I have is COE. Our friend Jelly just sent something that needs to be addressed. So I would take a look at that. It looks like it's time sensitive. If I don't clear out my email, it just gives me anxiety. But then the more tired I get, then I feel like the worse monthly bills will be. I was hoping to do it earlier today, but when I pay bills later, if I'm tired, then I'll get crushed with some unforeseen bill. So I've got like obsessive negative thinking about, or magical thinking about that. Let's see here. All right. Successfully cleaned out my Gmail, and I'm back. Hello, STS Nation. STS is the only true crime I listen to these days, and I want to thank you for this channel. Love the guests and content. Wondering what case you'll be on to next. It's a great question. We were going to cover Shanna Gardner, but the case just got continued. I think I'm going to cover this Caleb Flynn trial. He's a guy that at one point tried to audition for American Idol, has a good voice, apparently. He's a pastor, and then he allegedly shoots his wife in the head twice. Was Caleb Flynn having an affair? Does anyone know? Is he accused? Was he cheating on her? Do we know the motive behind this alleged murder? I'll scoot down to the end here. Spacey, do you clear out your emails regularly? I think you must. I just can't see you piling up emails. Eeyore is a huge Debbie Downer. Nicole, I played tennis and then I got old and I don't play tennis now. Just trying to figure out what to do about the knees. Checking out some social media here. Youth singing leader. Yeah, he was having an affair. Of course he was. We're in a wait and see right now with these jurors, 9 women, 3 men. Apparently the oldest woman who was taking copious notes is the jury foreperson. The lawyers on last night's 5 p.m. show were amazing. Such a good conversation. If you missed it, Morgietta Derzier, she's fantastic, and she was on with Nico LaHood, the former district attorney out of Bexar County, Texas, which is where San Antonio is. He's a great guy. And then Nima Rahmani, guy graduated Harvard Law School, I think at 21 or 22. And he says that this is going to go into next week. Sorry if this has already been asked, but what do we think about the jury asking to see the knife and pills? I honestly don't know what to make of it. What are your thoughts? Let me turn the question on you. When someone asks to see the knife, what does that tell you? It looks like I just buffered for a minute. What do you think the issue is with the knife? I don't know. Yeah, I did. I did read about this, and I think I saw this as well. But this will be a great trial. We're talking about Caleb Flynn. The video of the night of the victim's mother, calming Caleb Flynn down. Very theatrical. Here it is. Joel covered the Caleb Flynn trial. He was a former American Idol contestant. You guys ever go into like a TJ Maxx and then wonder who else in here is a true crime fan? You ever have thoughts like that? Like, who else in here is into true crime? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder these things. This has been sort of out there, Miss Randy. I'm reluctant to read it, but it is a super chat. Just heard the craziest new theory. A woman on IG claims she believes the voice Lindsay heard were actually Patrick's thoughts. There's a lot of that out there, which is why we were talking about, is Patrick going to sue some of these TikTokers, and won't be surprised if he does. They don't let the jurors actually handle the knife, right? I don't think so. If they do, I'm sure they have to put on gloves, but I don't know. Pill question favors the defense. Prosecution said pills weren't relevant as she took low doses and they were out of her system. Interesting. I mean, it is interesting. Like, what are you going to look in a pill bottle? You're going to look at the pills? I don't know. I've saw this, but I don't know. Diane, thank you for this. The Fernandez case, I just haven't been able to follow, but what are the new charges? It has to do with like, does that have to do with like underage children or something? I thought I read. I don't know. I don't know if a new date has been set for Adam Montgomery's new trial. We had Carol Erskine, a judge in Massachusetts, on, who is working diligently, not as the judge on that case, but she's doing like advocacy work. And she said, that's like her thing now, to try to get justice for Harmony Montgomery. That case is arguably as depressing, if not more, than this one. It's crazy. Speaking of Eeyore, Peter Cullen, the actor who voiced Eeyore in Optimus Prime, passed away. No idea what Optimus Prime is, but I know it's a big deal. Is this true, iHeart? In the aftermath of his testimony in the Lindsay Clancy trial, psychiatrist Avram Mack is no longer employed. Patients being sent to new Is this true, or is this just sarcasm? He was a professor, and he was hired by this Park Dietz and Associates. A little skeptical about this, iHeart, but let me know. Optimus Prime, Transformers, yeah. She wasn't taking her meds. That's what the pill bottle shows, and maybe that's pro-Commonwealth. Is that the Commonwealth made the point that she wanted to dictate her own future. She didn't want help from these doctors, is kind of what they were saying. Joel, Nicole has a question for you. What's the question? Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, here's Miss Cece, always on it. The new charges with Mario Fernandez Saldana are molestation and essay of a minor. Who's the minor? It's not her kids, is it? Is it her kids? And I read that that's going to be Shanna Gardner's defense now. It's going to be that he wanted to eliminate Jared Bridegan, I guess, to eliminate this threat to him that he could be outed. what does that do to the Shanna Gardner case? I don't know. How crazy are people, man? I mean, how crazy are people? It's just like really like. Interesting. Lindsay Clancy, prosecution expert, no longer employed by Children's Health System. Wow. Imagine that. You think you're going to make all this money being an expert witness, and then stand by, everyone. Stand by. Look at this. A spokesperson for Nemours Delaware Valley Division told Connecticut Insider Friday that Dr. Avram Mack is no longer employed by Nemours Children's Health. Here's a super chat from Gabriel de Maglore, Maine. Sonia Exelby, trial in November. She came from the UK. She wanted to be unalive, changed her mind. He still did it. Okay. Seroquel, this medication that she was on, is well known for causing psychosis. It's in their own literature. Gregory Lawrence with a very straightforward answer here. Joel, in answer to your query, how crazy are people? We're all crazy, but some are crazier than others. That's for damn sure. If you could see the dark corners on my mind at times, not a good place to be. Thank you for sharing, Gregory. I'll stay away from those dark corners for sure. Got enough dark corners of my own. Clock still running here, Gen X reminding everyone. He worked for Dietz as a expert witness, but yeah, Mac was the one who was giggling. A lot of these doctors have unbelievable egos. He seems to fit into that category. 11:48 a.m. On the eastern seaboard of the United States of America. So it is 11:48 a.m. in Plymouth, Massachusetts. That is where you are looking at the seal for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The jurors here, 9 women, 3 men. They've been deliberating for 6 hours, 3 minutes, and 15 seconds. There has been a question today. A short time ago, the jurors asking to see the pill vial, along with at least 2 pill vials, along with the knife that was presumably used Lindsay used to slash her wrists and neck. And that's where we're at. Other than that is pure speculation. We don't know which way this is going to go, what's going to happen. We are waiting. Do you think we get a verdict today, and I will pop back down to the bottom of the chat. Do you think we will get a verdict today? Espen Eddie Carlson. This trial is all that matters to me for now. Interesting. Espen, I'm curious. Why are you so invested? Espen, why the investment? Espen, curious. I'm curious. Why do you think some people are glued to this and other people couldn't care less, which is the vast majority of the world? If you went out into the world, 99% of the people have never even heard of this. Never heard of it. But why do we care? I'm curious. Yes, today. Lisa, no, they're deliberating over the weekend. Yes, today. I hope so today. No. No. That's what I say to Mike. No. You know what Mike does? Doesn't listen. It's a good question. I never really pondered. Whose blood was on the floor in the basement? I assume. Could it have been from Lindsay? That's a good question. I don't know. Did she try to cut herself at some point in the basement? There was blood apparently in the basement. The kids were strangled. Was there blood that emanated from them because of the strangulation? I mean, this is really gruesome. I don't think I even pondered it, probably because I didn't want to know. But now the question has been asked. So let me scroll down. Whose blood is in the basement floor? COE, can't really see. There we go. The verdict will come back. This is 9,086 votes. That's a lot of votes. 9,000 votes from this morning. The verdict will come back before the lunch break, 6%. By the end of the day, you guys are optimists, 46%. I say it comes back in 3 weeks. I'll be surprised if it comes back today, but not that surprised, I guess. Monday, 27%, Tuesday, 20%. Someone says it probably wasn't even tested. They never said it was Cora's. The children may have, this is so sad, coughed up blood. I can't even go there. This is why I never pondered it. Someone said, Tanya's saying it was Cora's blood. It's probably accurate. I'm going to excuse myself for one quick second to just use the boys' room right across the hall, and I'll be back. The camera just moved. I leave, and then the verdict comes back. It all happens in 30 seconds while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Please hit that like and subscribe button. By the way, there are a lot of new people here who are keeping tabs on the Lindsay Clancy trial. If you don't know Surviving the Survivor, it did not start off as a true crime podcast. We pivoted after learning of the Dan Markel Adelson case and trials. And then when that guy in Idaho who's a lunatic trying to get a new trial, murdered and was convicted of murdering the 4 Idaho students. And I keep a little University of Idaho. It's hard to see, but it's back there, little University of Idaho. It's like a little pennant that says University of Idaho. We pivoted to true crime full time, which was about 3-4 years ago. I can't remember exactly. We do a live panel show 4 nights a week, Monday through Thursday at 7:00 Eastern time. We have 3 guests. It's true. Ask people who watch us. We've got the best guests in all of true crime. Fridays, the show's called Surviving the Survivor because my mom is tough on me. She's also a child Holocaust survivor, and she's the matriarch of true crime. 87 years old, the oldest active true crime podcaster in all the world. And she comes on Fridays, and we usually go off the rails on some tangent. And then I get a lot of hate mail over the weekend saying that I'm rude to my mother and that I cut her off, even though she cuts me off way more than I cut her off. And that's what Surviving the Survivor is. And now we're doing a lot more trial coverage. I was supposed to cover Annie Frost. This mushroom coffee has changed my life, and I'm drinking it as we speak. I'm getting you guys a code, so don't get it yet. But when I get the code, I've been trying to reach this company to tell them, look, I actually drink this. I like it. I actually love the taste. I've never been a coffee drinker, but it does a lot of interesting things, including de-bloating. It works on, like, I think, cortisol levels. It does a lot of good things. I sound like an illiterate human being. It does a lot of good things, but it does a lot of good things. Just trust me, and I'll get you a coupon code as soon as I can get it. I'll be reading your book on my next vacation while sitting with my Courtroom Confidential beach towel. I love it. And by the way, shout out to Courtroom Confidential. They crossed over the 100,000 sub mark, which is not easy to do. And I congratulated Josh. Steve Cohen says, a rising tide lifts all ships. The Basement Jesus. What's up, Basement Jesus? Caroline, thanks to you and the COA for great coverage. And I don't know about the commentary being great, but, I've been covering it. Sharky Sharona, grateful to STS. Thank you, Joel, Spacey, and the mods. I appreciate it. Yeah, don't buy Rise till I get you the code, but it's coming. If the people at the company knew that you guys were interested, they would get me a code, but they're taking their sweet ass time. Rhino Girl, 10 Surviving the Survivor memberships. I would love to be, as many of you would, I think, a fly on the wall in that jury deliberation room. They've been going for 6 hours, 13 minutes, and 55 seconds. I mean, it is a big ask to go. Look at this. Look at this. I drink Rise 2. I'm hooked. I will get you the code. I'm working on it. Trust me, I'm working on it. It's driving me crazy that I don't have it. It's another thing I could stress about. Mary Dean, don't try it till I get you the code. Thank you to Aries here. Deserve all of our subscribers. Thank you, Aries. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is true. There is a Hulu doc coming out on September 1st about the Dan Markel case. They took an interesting angle, which is, I think they spoke to a lot of like TikTokers, like social media types, and did some sort of angle along those lines. Thank you for this. I guess this is both a compliment and an insult, which I'll take any way of the week, any day of the week. Look very tired but handsome. Thank you, Loretta. It took my wife 5 years before she's like, she didn't even say it. She said, my friends told me that they think you're kind of good looking. This is 5 years, not 5 days or 5 months or 5 weeks. This is 5 years after we were together. She says this to me. Still incredibly bitter and angry over that. Carm, let me try to call Carm here. Let me mute because God knows what she would say if I didn't have her muted. Hang tight, everybody. Shocking. She didn't answer. It's amazing. I'm literally forgotten about. Carm and I talk like 30 times a day. I know it's not healthy.
It might be Shabbat there.
Oh, whatever. It's 7 hours ahead, and she leaves. It had nothing to do with that. She just doesn't call me. Totally forgotten. Totally forgotten. Same with COE. COE doesn't answer a call. Only reason COE is reachable is because we're doing the show. 2 of them, if I'm not nearby, they're not reachable. They're just not reachable. That's the way it goes. Six hours, 17 minutes, 34 seconds. What if I just said that every second? 6 hours, 17 minutes, 40, and that's all I did till 4 o'clock today. It would be exhausting. We have no idea. Look, I'd like to tell you we have some idea of what's going on inside that deliberation room, but I'd be lying because we have no idea. Are they deadlocked? Are they in agreement? No idea. Miss Illinois says I remind her of her brother. I'm so curious. Who is the COE? Where is that? COE is the chief of everything, aka my wife. There were COE. Are there still people emailed us asking? Weren't there COE shirts in the merch store? I think there were COE, and it says COE in big letters and little letters. It says chief of everything. Have I ever been to Wyoming? I honestly don't know the answer because in 10th grade, I went on like a teen tour across the United States and we hit like every state, and I don't remember. My dog of 17 years also died on that trip. We got to California and it was 4 different buses that went cross country, and we get to LA. And I grew up with this dog. Was born 2 months. I was born in July. She was born in September. She was a schnauzer that hated people, and you couldn't groom her. So she just looked like a fluffy mutt and matted and all kinds of stuff. But she loved me and I loved her because we were born to, basically at the same time. Then I get to Los Angeles on this teen tour and she dies. And my mom was friends with a Yugoslavian cleaning lady. May she rest in peace. Yorka Banka Milkovic, otherwise known as Jerry. Jerry was like a second mother. My mom helped her come to this country. Hardest working woman I've ever seen. She worked as a cleaning lady, she was everyone's cleaning lady in Highland Park, New Jersey. And at night, she worked overnight in a factory, died of cancer from working in that damn factory. But no one could bring themselves to putting this dog to sleep. And when I went on the teen tour, my parents were on vacation. They had Jerry do it. No one even told me till I got to Los Angeles. and there were like, I didn't do it intentionally, but there were a lot of cute girls on this teen tour, and all the guys were excited because we were going to get to LA and all the buses were going to unite. And then I'm sitting in the corner crying over my dog, and I inadvertently got all the attention of all the girls because my dog of 17 years died. And then every single guy on the trip hated me, thought I did it intentionally. I did not do it intentionally. I was devastated. I was born 2 months apart from this dog, and she died at 7 when I was 17. Carm not even calling me back. Sometimes she'll try to call me back. COE is amazing, and so is Carm. COE is always on top of her game. Thanks for taking care of us and Joel. Coffee is phenomenal. Just don't get it till I get you the code. I'm getting the code. I don't know. Ray of Light, it is a depressing story. I don't know why I even thought of it just now, but it did. Panama City, Florida's in the house. Webster's mom. Everyone is a COE. Lourdes says she's a COE. How do your kids take the news about Dolly Parton? You know, it's interesting that you say that. Their first question is, why did she die? Kids don't understand this. It's hard for them to process. I think my youngest just out of nowhere asks a lot about Grandpa, my father, which if I wasn't so numb, I would be sobbing, but he doesn't understand how people can die or why they die. I don't exactly have the answer. And then I don't want to get into the fact that she had cancer. Then it'll be like, what's cancer? And I mean, I don't shelter them from the world, but like, why depress the crap out of them already? Is a COE underpaid? Yeah, but not as underpaid as I am. It's a great question. How did Joel get the COE? I offered to walk her dog. Started off as a dog walker, ended up as the husband. Started off as a dog walker, ended up as a husband, and now I'm back to being the dog walker and so much more. Yeah, right there. Now walking as 3 dogs. You don't have to thank me. Sharon's thanking me for keeping the channel apolitical. If I got into politics on this channel, I would just end it. I just wouldn't be able to handle it. Joel's involvement with girls seems to revolve around dogs. Zilla was a very her name was Zilla. We called her Killa. She's named after a county in Washington State. And Zilla was sweet. She really loved me, whereas Mabel was like my child. But Mabel's like Fred. Mabel would sleep with her like ass to me. Mabel never accepted the love that I offered her, where all Zilla wanted to do was be absolutely loved. She didn't care about food, nothing. All Zilla wanted was love. All Mabel wanted was food. I gave all my love to Mabel. I probably, I didn't ignore Zilla. That's definitely not the case, but what's the word I'm looking for? Can't think anymore. But I did love Zilla. And I remember the final days of, we took Zilla to the dog park to get a few more sniffs in before she had to go. She went into kidney failure at the young age of 11. Hope I'm cheering everyone up here. I'm just exhausted today. I can't. Carm's listening now and screaming again that I'm telling people I'm exhausted. What do you want to do? Lie and tell you I'm full of energy? Like, what's his name? Who was the fitness guy in the 80s? Curly hair. Everyone knows him. Just blanking. Still does if he's alive. The little The guy that's has boundless energy. Richard Simmons. Richard Simmons. What do you want to say? I'm like, Richard Simmons still alive? Is he still alive? Covered a lot of ground here, everyone. Covered a lot of ground. We've gone from Glenn Close to Richard Simmons to Highland Bulls versus Highland Cows to Golden Girl, gifting 5 Surviving Survivor memberships. Sheer has PTSD from a schnauzer, so I'm not the only one. Covered schnauzers. Richard Simmons died? Oh, it's sad. I guess his energy is gone. That's sad. As if the day wasn't depressing enough. A guy with boundless energy is dead. He died a few years ago. How sad, man. Guy just made exercise videos his whole life. Now he's dead. You think Glenn Close is still talking to herself on the ranch? Like, what would prompt her to just talk and make it like, I wouldn't even think Glenn Close knows what Instagram is, but she puts out one video. I feel like she's still just talking into the camera. He was young. 76 is young. That's me in less than 20 years. Golden Girl, we put this up, but we'll put it back up because it's 5 memberships, so thank you. Whatever happened to what's the guy, the boxing guy, like the goofy boxing guy, Billy Banks? He's still alive? Bree, I live 30 minutes from Zilla. That's who Zilla's named for. That's who Zilla's named for. Tybo. Yeah, Billy Banks, Tybo, right? Someone bringing us back to reality. Painted Desert here. How do you think the verdict will end? Anybody ever been to Burning Man? I have as much desire to go to Burning Man as I have to be burned alive in a home. I just don't get Burning Man at all. No idea what just made me think of it. None. But I would rather be burned alive in a home, I think, than be at Burning Man. I just can't imagine going into a desert with 10,000, a million Glenn Closes and being stuck there. 5 Surviving Survivor memberships. Heather Gates. Thank you, Heather. Hello from Romania. Couldn't pay me. I don't even know what Ultra is. I think Ultra is in Miami, right? It's a music festival. Have you ever taken from Tara Wells your kids on a Disney cruise? I won't go on a cruise. That's another. I might rather be in a burning home than a cruise. No offense to cruisers, because I know people love cruisers. But I have zero idea or zero interest in a cruise. None. I mean, zero. I don't know why. It could be a fear of seasickness. I also feel like, I don't know, like there's no escape. Like, what if you go on a cruise and you're like 3 hours into it? I would definitely have anxiety and like a panic attack. You can't like turn it around. I mean, maybe like I couldn't do a Disney cruise. I mean, call me, I don't know what, maybe like in the Mediterranean or something. But even then, like there's zero control. And I like, what if you get seasick? What if you hit like the Bermuda Triangle? I don't trust the ocean. Like there could be a part of the ocean that just swallows up cruise ships that we don't know about yet, like a vortex. We don't know a lot about the ocean. Think about how little we know about the ocean. Maybe they hit a spot in the ocean, some random place that the cruise ship's never been over, and suddenly that's it. You're just sucked into the bottom of the ocean. That's why I'm not going on a maybe in Alaska. I would do a cruise, maybe in Alaska. And then someone just said a rogue wave. You guys see, I'll tell you why I won't go on a cruise ship. Look at what happened in Nepal. Just look at Nepal. That's the only reason you need to know. I mean, that is a mudslide caused by an avalanche with a sheet of ice, but that's the power of water. That's all you need to know. That's how powerful water is. What if there's a rogue wave? What if there's a earthquake and a tsunami and you're on the cruise ship? I mean, you could probably ride the wave, I guess. What's with the photo behind me? That's a guy named Walter Cronkite. He used to be on TV. We have a new studio that we're hopefully going to debut next week. It's been sitting here for a month, but because of this trial, we haven't been able to do anything with it. I've not been able to test any of it, but the theme of the new studio is sort of old school journalism, and he's an old school journalist. So I got this photo. This is my little office space adjacent to the studio. Billy Banks is alive. He's 70 years old. We're sitting here, Alaska has polar bears. I get it. I love, like, if I was mauled to death by a polar bear, that's a much better death than a cruise ship. At least it's like an animal that is just reacting to its instincts. I mean, it would hurt. It would hurt a lot, but I would rather be mauled by a polar bear than drown or capsize on a cruise ship. Yeah, the what's we call it, Richard Simmons thing. Didn't that happen with what's his name also with the radio DJ Casey Kasem? Wasn't there a weird thing with that too with Casey Kasem? From Darla, Joel, when it's your time, no matter where you are. So why worry? Yeah, I know. 12:18, 6 hours and 32 minutes of deliberations. And to be honest, for a 22-day trial, it's not a lot of deliberation time. There's a lot of evidence to go through. I'm sure they're going through it now pretty meticulously. But what I don't know. Let's go. Let's ask everyone an impromptu poll. It's a good question. Tamela Dennis, how do you put up with them? Where did Joel go? I'm right here. Little dark, painted desert. Beth Ringle, happy. Welcome. Happy welcome to you. British Columbia is in the house. I would love to go to Vancouver. I've not been to Vancouver. Told the COE last night, I'm insisting every year I go somewhere in America and somewhere to a foreign country to visit. I want to see everything before it's too late to see everything. Jane's been on 15 cruises and loved every one. Can't hold it against you. People absolutely, they live for cruises. They love cruises. Can't pay me enough to go on a cruise. Basement Jesus, when regarding bears, black, they fight back. Brown, for black bears, fight back. Brown, you lay down. White, good night. So black, fight back. Brown, lay down. Get it? These are rhymes. White, good night. Manitoba, Canada's in the house. What do you think? Are we going to get a verdict today? This is an impromptu poll. I'm gonna scroll to the very end here. Are we going to get a verdict? Hello, Polka Dot Suzanne. Hello to you. I would love to go to South Africa. I've been to East Africa. COE and I went to Tanzania and Rwanda and Zanzibar on our honeymoon of all places. Greatest trip of my life. got to see the gorillas in their natural habitat. Someone asked if I realize I focus on death a lot. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do remember Body by Jake. Is he alive? If he's dead, then no point in working out. Yeah, the fitness guy. This guy's made a lot of money back in the day doing these fitness things. If I could instantly become an expert in one thing, what would it be? The female mind. Right there. It's a quick answer, right? Almost like I've been thinking about it. I become an expert in the female mind. I can't believe it's taking this long. She slowly and brutally murdered 3 babies. Society is lost. It's depressing. A lot of people feel the way Tiger Lily does, and a lot of people feel like the system failed, and she should go to a psychiatric institute. Joel, would you rent a houseboat in a lake of the woods in Minnesota? It's a little ambitious for me. Sounds like a lot of work. Jack Lane was like the OG fitness influencer. Used to like tug boats with his teeth and stuff. It's like 5'4" and doing crazy things. Alberta, Canada, huge affinity to Canada. Yes. COE says I don't even want to be on a boat for an hour, which is pretty accurate. I've been to the Greek islands on 2 different occasions, and I'd like to go back there. I would love to do this. You ever thought of switching roles with a COE one day? She does. I would love to. She doesn't really want to do it. She's like, you know how hard it is to make thumbnails and set up the shows? Andy School loved Walter when journalism had ethics, she said. Andy School, I haven't seen you that much. You're in and out, but Andy School is an OG-er from Detroit. There you go. For the longest time, I thought Andy School was a man because she didn't have a photo. And I just heard Andy, and I was like, oh, it's a guy named Andy. And then I found out. Same thing. Where's Ned Smith been? One of the OGs of all OGs. Where's Black Widow been? Wow. COE and I went to Hawaii together. Someone's asking about that. We lied to everybody. We were working together in Tucson. And yeah, I understand that. We lied together, and then there was some kind of storm, and our flight got delayed. And so we were both missed work, and then our news director figured out that we were not truthful about our absence, and we got in trouble. I got yelled at by my news director. We were in Muskoka. Someone said Muskoka. We were in Muskoka this summer. We were in Muskoka, True North Girl, this summer. Loved it. Sort of. I don't do well in nature. I don't do well when I'm confronted with just like reflection, like you're looking out at the lake. Just look at Vesper Martini. I did talk to. She doesn't love this trial, which I respect. Muskoka, I don't do well when I can just sit and relax and my mind goes to places. I need to be distracted. Banff, Canada says, Scotland, I'll tell you, I have just, since the World Cup, I have a brand new love for Scotland. I've been to Edinburgh. It was stunning. I think you guys say Edinburgh, I've learned. I would love to do this. This I would do. If we can get enough people and do a true crime cruise of our own, I would do it. I think I would do that. I would just have to have my own dinghy, motorized dinghy that I could roll out if I need to. Scotland are cool people, man. They were dancing with my son.
Hey, Joel. Steve
Yes,
texted you. You're welcome to continue this, but he says if you want a best guest to hop on, we have people available.
I think I'm just a little exhausted for that. Let me look.
Okay.
Let me ponder that for a minute.
You can also just have people hop on for like 5 minutes and give a take. You don't have to do like a full 90-minute show, obviously.
I think we're good because it's just, I will do it, but not right now. Oh, your audience wants guests. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. 6 hours, 42 minutes, 3 seconds. They have been deliberating. We want best guest. Do a guest, Joel. We are sick of you. I just told Steve. Let's see. I'm going to see who's available. Who's going to organize? Who's going to organize the true crime cruise? I feel like if you do a true crime cruise, you got to go to like Bulgaria, like somewhere in like Eastern Europe, like Carm's from, where like vampires and weird stuff happens. Joel, go take a nap. Sounds pretty appealing. Ray, I like Ray of Light. We become good friends on this show. Best friends. A true crime-based cruise sounds like something a person would have to do as a punishment for a crime. There's actually like a crime con cruise. Come on, Joel, let's have some guests. I hope Wendy is next. Someone just asked about Wendy Adelson. I don't know what's going on. What about a true crime spa getaway in Palm Springs? That's more up my alley. We all
Joel, see your text, please.
We all wear terry cloth robes and discuss true crime. Sure. Well, he's trying to get maybe Joe Krowski, Steve Cohen. Let's see if Joe Krowski will come on. I'll gladly talk to Joe Krowski. Bimini is right near us. True Crime Mountain Retreat. I love Texas Boy Mama says true crime and spas. I love Palm Springs. I'm a fan of Palm Springs. Joel, have you been to Australia? I've not been to Australia. No, I've not. Let's see if we get good old Joe Krowski here. Weston's Girl, that's sweet. 2010 became a new member. Thank you. Again, please like and subscribe. We've got a Patreon page, and go buy my book. That's one thing I can harp on during this. It's the most important thing that I've done in my life. It's a book about my mom. It's funny, it's weird, and it's available on Amazon and Audible. Pink Peony, I've got to go to Australia. I do. I've always felt like, you know what, Australia is just going to be America down under, but it's not. I know it's going to be way different. And also no slight on Australia, but I would have to go to New Zealand. New Zealand is super cool looking. I mean, I feel like New Zealand is just like you wake up and you're like, it's like living in a postcard. I would love to check out. And then about Tasmania, I'd have to go to Tasmania. What happens in Tasmania? Tasmania sounds scary. Like that could be a good place for a true crime thing, like the Tasmanian Devil. But it's somewhere around Austria, somewhere over there. Love to come to Scotland. I would love to do a world tour, true crime world tour is what I would love to do. One day we're going to get there. We are going to get there. Look at this, Kimberly. A lot of people are subscribing all of a sudden. I'm happy. Look at this, a new member. I thought me talking would have the opposite effect, to be honest. But what is this? HRH Cookie Doodle. It's hard to read some of these names, especially Rose Quartz. Thank you for this. Trust me, buy the book and tell me what you think. I do think it will change the way people see life. Love to go to Japan. I have not done Asia, any form of Asia. I would love to. I'm coming to New Jersey. I am a romantic at heart. And I'm taking the COE to see AC/DC September 25th. If anyone's going to be at the AC/DC concert September 25th at the Meadowlands, let us know. It's the COE and two of my childhood friends from second grade, Mike and Rob, will be there. Mike and Rob will be there. The COE will be there. I will be there to see AC/DC. I'm a classy guy. I take the wife to UFC fights, AC/DC, and occasionally the rodeo. The PBR was in town. I missed it. I wanted to go. There was a time when my parents took me to foreign films, like when I was 7, 8, and then to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And I take my kids to the rodeo, UFC weigh-ins, and take my wife to AC/DC. I made a comment regarding Sue Clancy. Okay, I will. I saw that email. I just haven't had Doc a chance to look at it. Look, you have an open platform here. I always give the victims an open platform, and if you are desirous of coming on to discuss, let me know. I'll check the email. I promise. AC/DC in Tampa. Tampa's a perfect place, if you get what I'm saying, to see AC/DC. It's got the right vibe. People don't realize how fun AC/DC is. We have a friend who just saw AC/DC in Atlanta last night. They were there. No favorite fighter of mine more than Justin Gaethje. I'm a big fight fan. The White House fight was next level excitement. Big fan of the fight world. It's probably because I'm just living vicarious. I've never been in a fight in my life. I would get my ass kicked, but I pretend that I think I know how to. But I do love the fight game. I like the mentality of fighters. Lisa Cox here. Mike was at my high school. Rob was not there. Mike was there. Yeah. No sign of Joe Krowski yet. I'm trying. We're 25 minutes away from the time that these jurors would normally take lunch. Let me ask you, if you were deliberating, would you take a formal or proper lunch? Would you just eat while deliberating? What would you do? AC/DC live. Do you see the COE? Live is life-changing. You see that COE? Life-changing, like Surviving the Survivor, the book. Saw them in Toronto. It's fun. I'm going to make the COE drink beer out of a keg and go see AC/DC. Hell no, no lunch. No lunch. Spacey, would you be into seeing AC/DC, or you just have zero interest? My friends are at the Goose shows in Red Rocks right now. Space, let me know. Are you two things, Space? Or would you be into AC/DC? Like, would you have fun? And or are you a Goose fan? Let me know. Oh, look at this. I think we have a guest. Look at this. There he is, the Brockton Bomber.
Hey.
He's here. What's up, Joe? Thank you for joining.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Don't mind me. I've just been talking to myself for the last 5 hours. So we got, thank you for coming on. And I told everyone about the Tui Rodriguez, which we can go over here. And by the way, chat, now that you have a real best guest and not a fake host, come with your questions. Don't get shy now. But Jurors had a question today, and apparently it involved seeing 2 vials of medication and the knife that presumably was used to slash Lindsay Clancy that she used. What do you make of that?
So I wouldn't make much of it, just that they're doing their due diligence. The way it usually works is after you do your closing arguments and the jury is excused, both sides go over the exhibit list, and they actually methodically go through each and every exhibit, whatever it is, 1 through 152. So the clerk will read off exhibit 1 and what it is. Both parties will actually locate what the exhibit is. After you've done that process, you go on the record and say you're satisfied with the exhibits, and they go into the jury room. Sometimes in cases like this, if there's a weapon, if there's a firearm, if there are illegal substances, or even not illegal but prescribed substances such as drugs, there's a placeholder, a piece of paper that lists what the exhibit is, but the actual physical exhibit isn't in there. Having said that, the jury has a right to actually put hands on it and look at it. So what this signals to me is they're actually going through all of the exhibits, and they came to those 2 items, and they feel they're important enough that they don't want to just recall what they looked like. They want to actually see the exhibits in the exhibit room. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you think that the jurors are going to, lunch would normally be in about 22 minutes. On a case like this, do you think they're going to work through lunch today? Just sit around and eat?
I think they've been at it for a while. I think sometimes it's a good idea to decompress, talk about, sports, the Patriots, anything but the case for 20 minutes to a half hour, and have some lunch. Now, they are allowed, and they're instructed that they can deliberate through lunch, but that doesn't mean they have to deliberate through the entirety of the lunch. So I'm sure it'll be a little bit of both.
All right. From Leanne, we're going to get a lot of questions in here. Appreciate. And Joe, whenever you have to jump, I just always want to be mindful of people's time. You let me know, but I can talk for a while here. But how likely is this to become a benchmark case cited in future cases? Is it gonna be that sort of a case, do you think, Joe?
It certainly is. It already is. Now, when you talk about cited, it depends what the outcome is, right? Whether or not it will have any precedential authority, legally speaking. But it certainly, to me, it represents really a paradigm shift in how we treat mental illness. Look, women and men are physically and mentally, biomedically constructed differently. And I think that this case is certainly going to be referred to. And jurors, what's been refreshing is actually have an open mind to the fact that, we not only charge, but we convict people not on just what they did, but what they had control of and what they intended to do.
So we've got a clock up, and 6 hours, 55 minutes right now, which is not it feels like a long time, but it is not a lot of time. What is your best, and I know it's speculation, but what's your best prognostication with your experience? Do you think we go through the weekend here? What's your gut telling you about a potential verdict?
So this is really a hard one to put your finger on, right? Because in the typical murder case, and again, I agree with you, 6 hours and 55 minutes for your viewers might seem like a long time, but for a murder case that had approximately 3 or 4 weeks of, evidentiary rulings, witness testimony, openings, closings, it's not that long of a time. And I think the jury knows the optics of coming back too quickly. The public, I think they know the public expects that they are going to really carefully go through everything. This is a little bit of an outlier of a case, right? You're going to get to a point in this case where it's not like not that any murder case is typical, but it's not a case where that if you're dug in on one side, you can be easily moved off of that. Meaning, if you think Lindsay Clancy was mentally ill and therefore not criminally responsible, how are you ever going to switch that position and convict her? Conversely, if you can't get past the death of the 3 children and you don't believe that she was mentally ill, or you don't believe it had enough of an impact warranting an acquittal, how are you then going to switch based on your belief or your sympathy for the kids to a contrary verdict? So this is an outlier. I think that we're going to know, if we haven't reached something by Monday, the odds of a mistrial increase exponentially.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, we talked about this. I don't know about with you specifically, but a lot of times people don't like your client, aka the defendant. And look, there's plenty of people that despise Lindsay Clancy and want to see worse than life in prison. But there is almost an equal amount of people, if not more, that have empathy for her because of the postpartum issues here. And I agree. I mean, it's going to be very hard to sway jurors, I think, in this case, if they are, have got their boots dug in. Now, it was 12 women and 6 men. It was whittled down to 9 women and 3 men. And they say the jury foreperson is the quote unquote oldest woman in this pool, who's either a Gen Xer or a boomer who has taken copious notes. What do you think in this case about, I guess, female deliberators over male deliberators? It kind of came up as a joke yesterday, but someone said like the men are going to be quieter than the women here because the women are dealing or have dealt with these postpartum issues. It's also interesting in that regard. I mean, how do you think it plays out in the jury room is a very long way of what I just wanted to get to.
Sure. Let me just add to that last point as I'm thinking this through. I do. And again, this is not said as an absolute, but I do think we're at the point where she's safe from conviction. Don't you? I think it'd be awfully hard, given the burden of proof and the presumption of innocence, for someone now to compromise or change their verdict and believe on one hand she's suffering from a mental illness, but then convict her. So I think that it's leaning not guilty or hung jury. Yet, the judge instructs juries that everyone's voice is equal and don't feel drowned out and speak your truth, speak your mind. But this is, again, we keep saying it and repeating it. It's a little bit unique. I think jurors bring their own life experiences, and certainly for a female juror, they bring different life experiences, different emotional experiences, different physiological experiences. So perhaps because of that, but I don't think that they'll do it I don't think that they'll do it in an effort to take over the deliberations. I think they'll do it as part of the education and enlightenment of their fellow jurors.
Joe, thank you. So from Cindy Mannion, if I'm saying that even remotely correctly, why was the 4-person chosen? In most states, jury picks the 4-person. How does it work in the Commonwealth?
In Massachusetts, and I don't like the practice. I don't necessarily think that I like the other practice of voting in a 4-person. In Massachusetts, the judge selects the foreperson, and usually he selects it before the alternates are chosen. And typically it's the perfunctory. I've noticed that you've paid careful attention and that you're going to be an excellent foreperson. But keep in mind, they're also instructed. What they do is really more administrative. Their vote does not equal or carry any more weight than anyone else's vote. They certainly have a little bit of ability to steer the way that they deliberate and whether or not they take a vote and when they take a vote and the reporting of any questions and announcing of the verdict, but it's chosen by the judge.
So
it's a lot more controversial in cases, a lot of times in these suburban communities, we have a lot of clients or we have a lot of defendants that are minorities, and there's a lot of racial disparity, and that minority population is not adequately reflected in the jury pools. And so when a judge picks a white middle-aged foreperson, thereby decreasing the odds of having a representative jury, it certainly becomes a lot more controversial and something that defense attorneys like myself typically object to.
Do you think the women are going to be tougher on Lindsay than the male jurors?
Oh, that's really a difficult one. I don't think so. I think in this day and age, if social media actually is a pretty accurate reflection of what juries and what the courtroom is thinking, and I think she's engendered an awful lot of sympathy. I think it's more than 50%. You talked about, I heard you on your show yesterday, the discussion about the age of the foreperson. I do think younger women can relate to Lindsay Clancy more because back then, I shouldn't say back then like I'm some spring chicken. I'm 56 myself, but, when my wife had my children, you didn't hear about postpartum. It was basically suck it up and do it. You've been in the hospital for a day, go home with your one kid and your two other kids at home, and there's no time for you to catch your breath and reflect. I think the younger female population, because we're more progressive and more educated and enlightened on the psychological effects of having a child, certainly are going to be more open and receptive to that type of evidence and defense.
Yeah, good point there. Genzo's in the chat quite often. Attorney Krowski, thoughts on Attorney Reddington's strategy with bringing up very late in the trial Patrick saying that Lindsay told him kids were in the basement, but she actually couldn't talk due to injuries. This is getting a lot of play in the TikTok areas of the world where there's some conspiracy theories going on there. I think my personal take on this is we just don't know the exact condition. Lindsay Clancy, they say, deteriorated. I don't know if she was able to speak or not, but I don't think Kevin was trying to suggest anything nefarious with Patrick, but here's the question nonetheless.
So it's interesting, and trials are fluid things. And I kind of watched how, Kevin dealt with Patrick Clancy as the trial went on. And it certainly seemed like there was a little bit of a shift in strategy, didn't it? Now, the shift was never third-party culprit. He didn't adopt some of the conspiracy theories that Patrick was actually the culpable party, the one that actually was responsible for the death of children. But as you went through the psychological medical evidence, it's clear that it was at least put out there that Patrick, like some of the providers, could have and should have done more to avoid, this tragedy. So, Patrick went from someone that was held up as the perfect witness and supporting Clancy, but certainly as evidence came out, I think Kevin shifted as a good lawyer would. And, social media certainly took it a little bit further than that. But, Patrick, to a certain extent, was culpable here.
Yeah, I mean, what caught my attention for sure was when she's at McLean, checked into a psych hospital. He's on a ski trip. I put myself in those shoes, and I mean, I can't imagine the blowback I would get just from my family if my wife's in a psych hospital and I'm out skiing. Yeah, go ahead.
We haven't walked in his shoes. I know he moved home. I know he moved his office at home. I know that seemed like he was as supportive as he could be. Maybe his mental health was being affected, but it's really hard picturing, enjoying, hey, I just really love that black diamond slope I was just on, when the wife, the mother of your 3 children, is certainly in a state of deterioration and decay. So, and I think that goes to my previous comments that, he should have probably sucked it up and should have not ever left her with the kids. And he did a lot, but maybe he needed to do more.
I heart grunge. I agree with you. I mean, it's all hindsight is 2020, but he's definitely, I think, going to be questioning the way he handled it. I think his family will too. Joe, how about the Avram Mack news? Apparently, this guy, who was an expert witness for the Commonwealth, was relieved of his job duties as a child psychiatrist today. That is the reporting out there because of his testimony in this case. I think that's kind of wild. Any thoughts on that?
That is wild. I hadn't heard that, to be honest with you. To answer the viewer's question, it won't affect the verdict, right? The evidence is closed. They can only base their verdict on what has been admitted into the evidence, and they are admonished in the morning, and then they're reminded in the afternoon. Don't look at social media. Don't read, investigate, do anything about this case. Don't, if you come in contact with extraneous information about this case, disregard it and report it to the court. So it will not affect the verdict at all. I don't know why he's been terminated, but I don't know why he would be based on his testimony. It seems like more of a public relations matter than anything. Look, I thought Attorney Reddington did a nice job on him, but I certainly didn't think that Dr. Mack did anything nefarious or egregious. He seemed to be a smart guy doing his level best to testify on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I mean, I personally really like Reddington. I mean, Krowski and Reddington are from Massachusetts. I'm from Jersey, somewhat similar, except we like the Yankees and the Red Sox, so we have a divide there. But I like his approach. I mean, in other trials, just because with Avram Mack, at one point, he says, "What are you smiling at?" He calls him out. Is that Reddington-esque to do things like that?
Oh, yeah, I've done that too. I typically more, though, when it's a Massachusetts State Police trooper in there. When you're getting at someone, when they start smiling, that's usually a tell that you're making points with them. And it's not a bad thing to highlight that, because jurors are instructed. And it's not just for the show of it. You're creating a record, and jurors are instructed that they can consider the demeanor, the observations of the testifying witness. So, if given the seriousness of what's at stake, if you've got a witness that's smiling and laughing, it's, well within good practice to point that out, because maybe the jury didn't see it. So you let them know that he's doing it. Now, I don't think Dr. Mack thought anything about this was funny, but again, I don't begrudge Reddington for going after him like that.
Now, Joe, I know you follow the letter of the law, but let's say hypothetically you get pulled over for rolling through a stop sign in Brockton. The cops give you a hard time because you're criminal defense, or you guys are you on good terms outside of the courtroom?
Things change when you're a younger lawyer and you're a younger police officer. A lot of it used to be, personal and acrimonious, and words would be exchanged in the hallways. But over the course of a career that's, more than 20 years, you start to respect each other. Everyone has a job to do. You don't take it personally. It's not uncommon for a police officer to actually refer a friend or family member to me or to Reddington. Of course, now most of the men and women that are police officers that started with me are all retiring, collecting those lofty pensions the Commonwealth of Massachusetts provides. Meanwhile, Kevin's at 76 doing this. I'm 56. I got at least 20 more years of doing this. We all, it's a small group of the state troop CPAC. It's now called SPDU, that investigate the murders for the district attorneys. And it's a small group of the defense bar that tries the murders. So I'm not saying we like each other, and I don't socialize with any of them, but you're all just doing your job. You're doing your thing.
Someone's saying he was not fired. Gia and TJ's mom. I mean, I put it out there that's saying that I needed confirmation. Maybe he just took a new job. We don't know, but he's out apparently of his old job at least. So we'll see. And in fairness to him, maybe it was not a firing. Maybe he took a new job. I don't know for sure, but it's out there nonetheless. So, what about openings? So, I was a little thrown off, and I'll tell you, because Kevin Reddington, to me, not sure even what it was. He makes anyone who's great at what they do makes it look simple. And he made the closing look pretty simple, but he wasn't as coherent and cogent. He kind of bounced around a little bit, got upset again about the DA, was doing the thing with the quarter, which I get for dramatic purposes. But do you feel that his closing could have been a little more tightened up, or is that just Kevin Reddington?
I've watched him close in murder cases too many times to count. That's how Kevin does it. And he's probably won as many, if not more, murder cases than anyone in Massachusetts. And of course, that's just because he's older than me. But no, that's his style. And look, I see both sides of it. The prosecutors prosecuting the case, they were required to present the evidence. And I think Attorney Jen Sprague exceeded expectations and laid it out methodically. But Kevin, I think, was more focused on keeping them not entertained, but alert and focused. And that's why he was hitting his bullet points. He wasn't doing it with a note. He wasn't just taking them through a chronology, which can sometimes lull a jury sometimes into not boredom, but they lose their frame of focus. So I think that he was just hitting bullet points, and as they came to him, he was hitting them. But I think he tied them together. And I often wonder about closings. Maybe if you have people on the fence, it might move them one way or the other. I don't know if that's going to do that in this case. And the closing seems like a year ago already, so I don't think it had really any impact on it by now. If it was going to have any impact, it would have been back by now.
Back to Avram Mack here. He was asked to resign. That's fired, according to Melissa Naval. I'll get the story when I'm off air here.
That would be a real shame, because if we're going to advance the ball in any area, especially in maternal mental health, we got to take viewpoints. We got to allow people to speak their minds. People that agree on it, people that disagree on it. Having a voice that questions something is how we advance the science on it. It's how, when they bring up shortcomings in the presentation of the defense, that me as the defense lawyer, that educated on me on cases I have, what I need to, look for and how I need to counteract that and present that to a jury in my case. I think that'd be really unfortunate if he was asked to resign based on his testimony.
I agree. I don't think he crossed any line. I don't know if he was the best witness. I mean, if I'm a juror, he was probably, to me, the least credible witness, but that's not a reason for him to lose his job unless there was something else going on that we don't know about. But Denise here, please explain why Kevin Reddington added manslaughter, and does that even apply to the crime? I think it makes it easier for the jurors, but it is not a correct verdict. I was feeling similarly. Do you agree with that?
It's interesting because I know why Attorney Reddington asked for it. Whenever you have a client charged with murder, if you can get a manslaughter instruction, you take it. In Massachusetts, murder 1 is a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Murder 2 is a life sentence. You're parole eligible between 15 and 25 years, but almost no one is paroled on the first time. Manslaughter carries up to probation up to 20 years. So especially someone with the mitigation and the sympathy that she's engendered could get a relatively light sentence. Does it necessarily fit within the facts of this case? Well, voluntary, I believe he gave voluntary manslaughter. Excessive use of excessive force and self-defense doesn't apply, but heat of passion, provocation, maybe the heat of passion, the provocation, given the mental illness and the medication. Look, I don't think it's reversible error to give it. Judges are afforded wide discretion. I know why he gave it. And I said probably hung jury or not guilty, but look, that still has a little viability as a compromise verdict, a manslaughter verdict.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I sort of agree with it, kind of being out of the purview of this particular case, but it might be an easier place for them to potentially land on collectively. I don't know, but do the jurors here? A question from Allie Foley, have access to, good question that came up yesterday, to mental health resources? I mean, these jurors are seeing the worst imaginable autopsy photos, seeing and hearing the 911 call. Do these jurors in the Commonwealth, do they get, if they want to go see a therapist after the fact, can they?
That's not something I'm aware of. And again, during the jury selection, they are warned that they are going to hear some testimony and they're going to see some exhibits that could be very traumatic to most people. So hopefully the court does a good job of kind of filtering out jurors that are predisposed to suffering from participating. Having said that, and I say it all the time to judges, that if it's even a close call, excuse the person, because someone might think going into it, sure, I can handle this, I can deal with it. But until you've seen autopsy photos, until you've heard descriptions of the manner and means of and cause of death, especially in a case with children, you don't really know, because I'm sure none of the jurors had any prior experience to the extent of the evidence they heard in this case. The only resources I'm aware of in Massachusetts is if a juror is harassed or contacted, there's certainly resources. They can contact the trial court department and they will intervene. But as far as mental health treatment, it's a great suggestion, but I've never heard of it.
Yeah. So a couple things I noticed in Kevin Reddington's closing, and you heard Joe Krowski say that he's known Kevin Reddington for decades. And listen, there is no denying that Kevin Reddington is a very strong attorney, and he's one of the most sought after in the Commonwealth. During closings, he is 75 or 76, and he's representing a woman that's 36, I believe. And a couple of times he used the kid, this girl. He also used the word manipulation. I guess my question is, it's obviously, you know, I'm sure he sees her as almost a daughter to him, emotionally attached, I think, a little bit. But was he also using kid and girl like as a subliminal tactic to say, she was this young woman, she was in a very bad place, this is not her, maybe it was even a mistake, I don't know. Was he using those words purposefully?
I'm not inside his head, but I think the adage, if you wouldn't buy it, you can't sell it, holds here. I think he truly believes, he looks at her as someone that was obviously much younger than him, but young and vulnerable. You know, maybe not a girl or young by everyone's standards, but young in the sense of young and having 3 young children and, you know, trying to get the support. And despite some of the people's best efforts, like Dr. Tufts, not really getting the support necessary. And I think probably everything he said there, he meant to say and was intentional, and some of it's stylistic. But I think he was conveying the point. And it does, that there is a certain there's something attractive about the relationship of those two, in that the care and concern he has, he's really in the arena for her. And I think juries are receptive to that. I don't think he's someone just cashing a check, and they know that he doesn't just feel strongly about her, he feels strongly about the issues. And I think that's landed.
100%. I agree with that. Some rando here just to show, lock her up and throw away the keys. And I think Joe raised this point. There's going to be maybe a juror that feels that way. And if you're saying lock her up and throw away the keys, and someone else is saying, you know, send her to a psych hospital, they're, 180 degrees apart. And in this case, can one attempt to bring the other over to their side? I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. I'm from Boston. Everyone around here says kid. Kevin Reddington even got the word wicked in there. So he went full full Commonwealth. But I want to be mindful of Joe's time. A few more questions. I mean, a guy like Kevin Reddington, you think he has any regrets after closings? You think he went home last night? I mean, waiting is the hardest part now, but you think he thought to him, is he tough on himself? You think he was like, I should have said this, or I should have done that. I missed it. Damn it. You know, like, did he have those moments last night?
No, I think one of the things that I haven't liked, there's been a lot of criticism of the prosecutors too. We talked about the man in the arena the other day on your show. This is really hard work, and it's easy to watch and criticize and suggest that this question should have been asked or this question should have been admitted. All of these lawyers have been working 7 days a week, really, really hard. And, you know, they gave it their best. I think he left it all in the ring. I don't think there's no second guessing at this point. It's in the hands of the jury.
Someone asked, would there be, here it is, will there be a verdict watch tomorrow? Is there ever a case where the judge will let him deliberate on a Saturday, not in the Commonwealth, right?
No. And we don't even, you know, back in the day, there were judges that would go till 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, which I wish they'd go back to that. But just because of daycare issues, and when you pick a jury, you tell them they'll be able to get out of there typically by 4 or 4:30 because people have to get home and get, you know, kids off the bus. They have other things to do, maybe catch up with work. Typically, they hold to a pretty tight schedule. Now, if today it's 3:45 and that jury sends out a note, we want some more time today, that the implication is going to be they're getting close. The judge will probably let them stay for a little while.
Yeah. We're getting a little bit of news in here from Lauren Conlon of LA Mag, friend of ours. The court officers have confirmed to her that the court is now in recess. It's 1:07 on the East Coast. They're on, I guess, an official lunch break here. So maybe the judge really wanted them. You heard Joe say, maybe go talk about the Patriots' upcoming season to get their mind off of this for just a few minutes. So it sounds like they're on a break. And a couple more questions for Joe, and then we'll take a break of our own. But
one thing on that, they take that break from 1 to 2 because you've got a court reporter, court officers, court staff, and the attorneys. And not only are they taking a break from 1 to 2, jurors are allowed to deliberate, but a judge will not take a verdict between 1 to 2. That way, lawyers, court staff, they know they can run out and get lunch or take care of whatever they need to take care of. So officially, that in that courtroom is done between 1 and 2. There won't be any questions addressed and there won't be any verdict taken. It's his way of officially stating, you know, I don't need anyone until 2 o'clock. Now, if a question comes up, you know, the clerk might text the attorneys, we've got a question, we'll deal with it at 2 o'clock.
Okay, that's good to know. So the bottom line here is you guys are not going to get news between now and the next 52 minutes. James Fagan, Joel, can you ask Attorney Krowski, how hard does he think it is for the jurors to stay away from all media? I mean, you open TikTok, Instagram, any of these things, and they're all talking about it. So how tough is it for the jurors, Joe?
Oh, I think it's nearly impossible. Look, some cases it helps the defendant, right? I think in Karen Reed, where you had so much overwhelming and aggressive support of her, it helped. I think in this case, this is not scientific, but my just perusing social media seems that the support has has basically been in her side. I don't know statistically, but at least, 70 to 30%, maybe 60 to 40. It's a concern, right? Typically, though, you're more concerned because you represent an unpopular defendant. And what's in the social media and the media, and now there's a blur between social media and media, right? You've got a lot of traditional media outlets are now using social media. You've got news reporters that are using Instagram and TikTok and podcasts. The concern is when you represent a defendant that might have a past that the jury didn't know about. There might be pressure put on jurors. So it's a concern. And jurors are instructed ad nauseum, don't read or look at anything. But do you think if you go home and you've been on trial for 2 or 3 weeks as a juror, your significant other or spouse isn't really going to say, hey, what are you doing? What's going on? What's this all about? I don't know. I'm a little cynical and skeptical about that. But it's a great question because it's a legitimate concern.
I mean, it is ubiquitous. You really can't. I mean, in the old days, you
It
could
is.
avoid it when there was, but it's just it's almost impossible. Just on the issue of the Commonwealth closings, it was interesting. They did sort of an about face. And I'm not a fan, like you said earlier, by the way, of chronology. Just as a writer and a journalist, I hate people who just say, they tell a story. The suspect got to the Dunkin' Donuts, and everything is chronological. It bores
Right.
the crap out of you. So Reddington is definitely not guilty of that. The Commonwealth went in much more chronological order, but they were sort of very clear in their messaging. And the first line or two, she gets up there and she says, there is no dispute that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from mental illness, and no doubt that she was trying to kill herself, but that's not the issue in this trial. I mean, they laid it right on the table. At one point, we're kind of like playing off the suicide attempt here, saying, yeah, she 100% tried, but that's not the issue. It is right from wrong. Why such a drastic change? And do you think it was effective?
Well, you talk about social media. You wonder if the attorneys are watching and listening to social media and looking what is resonating. I mean, the public are essentially representative of the community, right? And the jurors of the community. I think they would have been well advised to have taken more of an approach they took in their closing with the entire presentation of the trial, right? That closing seemed a lot more empathetic than the opening in the presentation of some of their evidence in this case. And I think what they did was they put it out there fairly cogently that the issue isn't whether or not she had a mental disease or defect. That is part of the overall calculus, and that is an issue. But having a mental disease or defect isn't an outright absolute exoneration for murder. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you had the substantial capacity to know right from wrong and conform your conduct to the law. So they said, look, we concede. And because you don't want to lose credibility with a jury. If you, after hearing from all of those experts on both sides, if they tried to fight the facts and suggest that she didn't have at least major depressive disorder, which is a DSM-5, and probably bipolar 1 or 2, they lose credibility right from the snap. So what they did, which I thought was smart, was concede what you've got to concede, but say that's not really the issue, and honed in on, here's why we know she had this, but we think she had this substantial capacity to know what she was doing was right from wrong and to conform her conduct to the law. So I think it was kind of a pivot. And I think, again, they would have been well advised to have prosecuted the case more like that.
Yeah. Stacy Daub here. Doesn't the jury remember their opening was a 180? Yeah, they can go back. I mean, jurors have definite thoughts, and how it's going to impact them, I don't know. But just ending where Joe started, I think that this is, as he said, an outlier for sure. I do think that a lot of these jurors, is my own take, had their minds maybe made up days ago, maybe even a week ago, who knows? And it's going to be hard to persuade people to the other side. The one thing I know for sure is Corin Dawson Callan. This is what this trial really is about, and not so much Lindsay Clancy, but it's hard not to, get her name mentioned in there. So,
and to that point,
go ahead.
Not to sound cold or dispassionate, I understand the sentiment of that. But what I think Attorney Reddington was able to do, it really is about Lindsay Clancy, because it's really her trial. It's her due process rights. It's her life that's on the line now. So I don't say that with a lack of sympathy for the tragedy that, this family's endured and the death of those precious young children. But legally speaking, and the law is cold and dispassionate, it really is about Lindsay Clancy and her state of mind. And I think the prosecutors, in fairness to them, didn't, maybe a little bit early on, but they backed off from trying to elicit the visceral reactions and the visceral responses, and they didn't go over and over and over it again. I thought that it actually backfired when, at the first probably 2 or 3 days, duplicative, repetitive evidence of the cause of death of the 3 kids and the condition they were found in you only needed one or two witnesses for that. And maybe in their thought was, hey, let's keep putting this in front of the jury. But I think people started holding them culpable and responsible, for taking advantage of the tragedy and the death of the three kids.
That could have been a final statement here. Joel, here we go. This is the Latino goodbye here. One more question. Joel, can Joe clarify manslaughter? Why was it added? We talked about this, COE. You were obviously not listening, but just real quick, Joe, why was it added in the 11th hour?
I think that I know why the defense attorney requested it, because it's in a murder case. You want it because it's a potential compromise, and the exposure in murder 1 and murder 2 is so significant in Massachusetts. Judges are instructed that if there's any analysis or evaluation of the evidence that warrants it, then he or she shall give it. So I know why it was given, but again, I don't think it's a neat fit for the facts in this case. Involuntary manslaughter is a reckless homicide. Involuntary manslaughter is one that's either imperfect self-defense or one committed with adequate provocation or in the heat of passion. I don't see that being a clean fit, but again, what's the problem in giving it? And maybe for some jurors that just aren't really tethered to one side or the other, maybe for them, that's the way to go.
All right, 2 more quick questions. Otherwise, we'll never get Joe back to his normal daily schedule here. Dom's mom, can the jury re-listen or read transcripts of the openings to see if the burden was met that they had promised? Do they have the ability to do that?
No, the judge instructs them. Good question. The judge instructs them opening statements and closing arguments are not evidence. It's the attorney's opportunity to present in the opening a roadmap of what they expect they'll hear, and in the closing their take on the evidence that they actually did hear, but they are precluded from considering the openings and closings as evidence.
Now, in the opening and in the closings, I'm sorry, I got confused there. I thought one of Kevin's strongest points was when he talked about this here, from Dixit here, thoughts regarding the CW misleading the jury again about the ban. So what the Commonwealth wants, for those who don't know, is they want you to think that Lindsay Clancy was pulling on these bands for 4, 5, 6 minutes, but Patrick himself said he had to untie them, and Kevin Reddington brings it up in the close and says essentially that it was if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit moment, because at one point the Commonwealth takes the bands in a demonstrative with these bands in the courtroom and wraps the band and drops on the table, and it just unfurls. And so Kevin Reddington made the point, she wasn't pulling on these bands. She tied them. Does a little, not so little thing like that perception go a long way with the jurors? Could that come to bite the Commonwealth in the behind in the end?
I don't think so. I think the relevance of that, it's germane, right, to Dr. LaPosada's testimony. I think with the Commonwealth, when they heard Dr. LaPosada say that, 4 to 20 seconds would be the initial time to put one of the young children to have them lose consciousness, but it would require a couple of extra minutes of pressure for the asphyxiation to actually cause death. I think they were trying to convey that would have required Lindsay Clancy to keep that pressure on for 2 minutes. There's a countervailing argument that Patrick said, no, it was just tied. I don't know if that's a great fact for Lindsay Clancy in any interpretation of the evidence, but, a lot of it's objectionable too, because they don't have the expertise of a biomechanical engineer giving testimony. If there's a retrial, I bet both sides are going to look into that.
Interesting. Joe Krowski, people say he's awesome. No denying that. He's got the Bill Burr in him. Love Bill Burr. My wife loves Bill Burr more.
Yeah.
I got to be careful. Got to be careful with Krowski around my wife. Joe Krowski, your final thoughts here. We are 7 hours, 33 minutes, and 44 seconds. I'll leave it open-ended. Your final thoughts.
I'm like the rest of you. I don't minimize the death of these 3 young children, but as someone that's made a lifetime out of watching trials, I don't want to call myself a fan because that kind of diminishes what's going on here, but it's a really interesting case. Again, I'm leaning that they're going to come back not guilty. If not, probably a hung jury. And we should know if they're getting to a stalemate by Monday.
Joe Krowski, we don't say it is not a tagline, best guess in true crime. It is our reality. You see why. We do really have the best guess. And I love this job because I learn from all of them. So, Joe, thank you. And we will call on you Monday, I'm sure, to get a little wrap up on all this if we have one to wrap up.
If you get a verdict before 4, I'm in the office. Give me a call.
Will do. Thanks so much, Joe.
Okay.
I really appreciate it.
Take care.
Have a great afternoon and weekend. Thanks. Love that dude. Great guy. Salt of the earth. Tanya, Massachusetts people, salt of the earth. I'll tell you what. It's 1:21 and lunch is till 2. My coffee is completely worn off. I'm going to take a break till 2. I started this whole thing with paying bills. Joel, don't forget to take a lunch break. Thanks, COE. I appreciate it. Wow, I can take lunch. Thank you. Carm doesn't call me back. Doesn't call me back. Doesn't even think. Did she call you, COE? Did she call you? She's just out there 8,000 miles away. Suddenly, she doesn't have a son. Suddenly, I don't exist anymore. My sister texted. Yeah, she texted. She goes 8,000 miles away, my mom. Suddenly, she doesn't remember she's got a son for the last 57 years.
Hey, Joel, can you just clarify with everyone that we're going to keep this stream up?
Oh, yeah. She just said it. We're going to keep the stream up. Who the hell schedules baseball batting practice at 4 o'clock on a Friday, followed by soccer in the evening on a Friday? You want to know why? Because no one in Miami works. Everyone here is a trust fund baby. Every single one here is a trust fund baby worth hundreds of millions of dollars in this city. They don't work, so they just schedule things at all times of the day. Move me to Brockton, where I can actually be around some people who work for a living. See you guys in, I think it's 38 minutes. Love you all. Sorry about the outburst.
Hi, everyone. This is a COE here. I just wanted to clarify in case you were just joining us, we are going to be keeping this stream up. They're on a lunch break right now until 2 p.m., so no verdict can come back before 2 p.m. Either way, we are on
Didn't I say that? I thought I said that. I'm still here. Didn't I say that? Or I didn't clarify it?
I'm just making sure people know. I also wanted to say that for
also,
those of you
someone in the chat, I hate to step over you. Someone in the chat said question, but there can't be a question because they're at lunch. But I've got to run and just grab a bite. I love you all. COE, you're doing an amazing job. I know how taxing thumbnails are.
All right. Anyway, I was just going to say that if those of you who are working or busy want to walk away, we are also going to have a short that goes live whenever there is a verdict. So whether that's today or another day, once there's a verdict, we'll post a short and usually those notifications come through. If not, you can obviously keep checking back here. The chat will stay up, the feed will stay up. And as soon as we hear any news about a verdict or about going home for the day, we'll share that with all of you. Thank you so much and continue to chat here. And please remember to hit like and subscribe as well. Thanks so much.
Hope everyone had a good lunch. I just picked something up myself. I'm going to eat and I will be back momentarily. We are 8 hours, 23 minutes into jury deliberations here. There's been one question posed this morning. And right now, as far as we know, lunch is over. The jury is deliberating 2:09 on the East Coast, and they're expected to go till at least 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. What's up, STS Nation? 228 in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Live look inside the courtroom there. We've been watching. 8 hours, 42 minutes, 33 seconds into deliberations for a trial of this magnitude. Not that much time, even though it feels like it. The prognosticators who know better than me suggesting that this is going to go into next week. There would be an hour and 31 minutes in this week with this judge's schedule to essentially come back with some sort of decision, and it does not seem like a lot of time. So it is 2:29 here, and court typically recesses or ends for the day at 4 p.m. Eastern time. The judge did say, or not the judge, but Joe Krowski, who practices in the Commonwealth, did say that if the jurors came back with a request, in the next hour to deliberate longer, it would almost certainly be granted. But we have not heard anything since earlier this morning. And that was a question from the jurors regarding the 2 vials of medication and also the knife that was presumably used by Lindsay Clancy to slash her wrists and her neck. Other than that, we're just in a holding pattern. It has been confirmed that Dr. Avram Mack resigned from his place of employment. Whether that was sort of a forced resignation or not, we don't know. We don't really know all the circumstances at this point. There are a lot of people who think that this could go to a not criminally responsible, in particular Carlitos, who's in the chat right now. It is a jury pool of 9 women and 3 men. Some people say women are tougher on other women, but maybe as it pertains to perinatal mental health issues, the women here might have a little more empathy, since I'm sure some of them have gone through childbirth. They won't have it today is the prediction here. We'll see. Resigned timing, Melissa Navone says, tells it all about Avram Mack. We just don't know. And just a Freebird, is that what it says we don't care about him either. Rave Lightning says the theory that punishment acts as a deterrent hasn't been borne out factually, quite the opposite. Getting into more heady criminal justice stuff. But we're sitting here just waiting at the edge of our seats. So I'm not going to sit here and talk nonstop, because I did that this morning and it was exhausting. So I'm going to be here. I'm going to try to quietly do a little bit of work. The COE, I'm on the road with Willie Nelson, but if you need more guests later today, let us know, and I'll do that now. Totally forgot about that. All right, everybody, I'm here. I'll be here. I'll be checking in periodically. I am here, everyone. We're coming up on the 9-hour mark of verdict watch between yesterday afternoon and this morning and this afternoon into day 2 of jury deliberations, day 23 of this trial. And obviously, the jurors have a difficult task ahead of themselves. Sound is off, someone's asking, because we have no control over the pool camera and there's no audio being piped in. I think they're doing that specifically and intentionally. They've got it muted inside the courtroom. They went on a break between 1 and 2. It's now 2:41. So they have been back for 41 minutes. Presumably back deliberating. Donna says a lot of people feel this way. Those babies deserve some kind of justice, and that is what the jurors are working on. I've got a little bit of some work that I have got to do. Switzerland is in the house. I see Maria. Shout out to Maria. But I'm going to be here, and if we hear anything at all, we will be here. You heard Joe Krowski, our best guest, a little while ago say that if they did come back, within the hour and 20 minutes or so to say they want more time, the judge would likely grant it. Would they go into tomorrow? No. But would they stay later today? Possibly. So we'll be here. A few people, including Nima Rahmani, who is a best guest. He predicted Tuesday, Wednesday. So who knows? If they go through the weekend, then maybe they're going to keep going for a day or so after that. We'll see. Did they deliberate through lunch? It's possible. We don't know. But the judge, according to Joe, made it clear that there would be no dealings, nothing going on in the court between 1 and 2, so court officials could take a break. So we'll see what happens. TC Junkie, true crime, I presume, Junkie, spelled funny, says the judge better work late today. We'll see. But I'm here, just going to be muted, doing my own thing. Don't you mind me, but I'll be here. What's up, STS Nation? It is 3:23 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 12:23 on the Pacific Coast where Spacey is, and the jury has been deliberating for 9 hours, 37 minutes, and 53 seconds, and it has been radio silence since this morning. This morning, there was a question from the jurors. Apparently, they wanted to see a pair of medicine vials. Joe Krowski explained that sometimes jurors like to be tactile and feel and touch and look at things, and that's what they did with these vials. They also wanted to look at the knife that Lindsay Clancy used to slash her wrists and her neck. And after looking at that, we have heard not a peep, nothing, zero. And they deliberated. There was a lunch break. I don't know. We don't know if the jury took that lunch break, but the court took that lunch break between 1 and 2 o'clock. And look at this. Ray of Light Living is getting my paranoia here. I feel like you're trolling us. I wish I had that power. I don't. If I had the power, I might do it. But all I know is we have been on air today for 6 hours, 25 minutes, and 27 seconds, but who's counting? And still no verdict. And a lot of people say that it is not a surprise. It doesn't surprise me because, look, this jury has been impaneled for, this is the 23rd day with a lot of testimony, and they know, I believe they know that this is a very high-profile case with some serious repercussions for future cases, and so I think they are taking their sweet time here. I'll be honest with you, Danielle. We at Surviving the Survivor, we talked about this. If you remember, we said that we'd bring you opening statements in this trial, and then it took on a life of itself. We were not planning to do this. We had taken 1 week off to go to Muskoka. If you know, you know. It is north of Toronto. And we got back. We were wiped out, and we said, we're not going to do a whole trial. And then we did opening statements, and I convinced the COE, and we're going to be doing a lot more trials, mainly because I like it. I think it's fascinating. Talk of us going on and doing the Caleb Flynn trial in September. So we'll nail that down. But this business needs to be handled first. And AR Wyoming saying that we can't look away. I mean, look, this is, you heard Joe Krowski say, he's a criminal defense attorney in Massachusetts, that, you know, he's basically obsessed with watching trials. That's what he does for a living. And that is why he is so interested in this case. And it is fascinating from that perspective. I wouldn't use that word with Nancy Grace because she would yell at me, but you get the idea. AR Wyoming, I did just pay my bills, and I feel a sigh of relief until the next end of the month. If you missed it earlier, I was saying that I'm still old school in the sense that I pay bills once a month. And that's what I just did right here, live on STS. Who would know? Who would know other than AR Wyoming? I guess she knows. Lisa Cox, greatly appreciate this. Don't know about it, but trying to do what I can. We're at 9 hours, 41 minutes. I think I speak for myself, but I think most of us are at least emotionally drained by this. And it's been tough. So imagine what it is like on the jurors. There's literally 32 minutes left in the day. Look at this. Glenna grew up in the Muskoka area, love Canada and love Muskoka. You come from a beautiful part of the world, except I'd say late October to late April. I'll pass on Muskoka in those months. I bet you love it, but I don't like the cold. So I live in Miami. Yeah, some regulars too. I saw Miss Vesper. I spoke to Vesper. Vesper is still here. Some people just don't want to follow the trial because it's too difficult, and I totally get that as well. It's a difficult trial. Black Widow has been popping in and out. Some of the OGs. Where is Ned Smith? If anyone knows Ned, like personally, and talks to her, tell her that I was asking about her. We have built an amazing community, and we are just getting cracking here. If you are new and you want to be a part of it, please hit like and subscribe. I've got the Patreon page for quote unquote people who are really into STS. There we go. Tassie, Toronto girl, originally from Newfoundland. I really do love Canada. If it wasn't cold, I would maybe want to live there, but it's too cold. And they just changed your lake to Lake America. How do you feel about that? We don't get political on this show. We get ridiculous on this show. The amount of memes I have now seen, including Canadian geese now changing their name to Donald Ducks. It is never ending. The internet is undefeated. The internet will always remain undefeated. 3:30 on the nose. 3:30 on the nose. Judy Herbert, one of the most generous people we know, helping us out tremendously behind the scenes. She says STS is the best, so you got to listen to her. I can't say that I disagree with this comment about Lake America being dumb. Pretty asinine. Beverly Benfield just became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Here we go. Any chance of getting Prof. Joe on and her opinion? Yeah, we'll get her on next week. We will do that. Tiff Ritter in the house. Big shout out to Courtroom Confidential. They just busted through the ever difficult 100,000 subscriber mark. Happy for Tiff and Josh, who are friends of ours, and they've got an amazing podcast. So check out Courtroom Confidential, and kudos to you. You're going to get that plaque. And then you're going to want that million sub plaque. That's so evasive and so far out in the distance on the horizon. But we'll both get there. It might take the next 20 years, but we will get there. Watching from the UK. Love the UK. And Emma. Look at Emma. Look at her sweet. I don't know if that's a husband, a boyfriend, a friend. It's really none of my business, but they look like a sweet couple there in the UK. Yeah, please no politics. It's been rough enough. I know I sort of started it with Lake America, but you know that's just ridiculous. Spent many years as a child in Muskoka. Excuse me. My father had a lovely cottage there. If you don't know, you know. And now Muskoka, the secret's getting out. It's becoming like a thing, at least for Miamians. Luckily, we have friends there. Carm never called me back. She did. Oh, that wasn't AR. Keep calm, Joel. I will. Thank you to Lisa for saying this. I appreciate it. Austria is in the house. That is why we are the global phenomenon that we are. I just totally forgot what I was going to say, and it was literally the next thing I was going to say. That's how I know I'm either tired or in an early state of dementia, which I hope is not the case. Who schedules baseball batting practice at 4 o'clock on a Friday? Like I'm supposed to go there after, and then there's a soccer game at 8 o'clock tonight. I'll try to get a nap in. Happy to report, survived paying the bills. We'll see. That's a month-to-month thing. Always a month-to-month thing. Don't want to whine. But look, does anyone like paying bills? Does anyone in the community, in STS, does anyone look forward to paying their? Is anyone's like, wow, I can't. It's only August 17th. I wish it was the 31st so I could pay all my bills. Look at this. Cutter is in the house. Zia Zana Zavin. I don't know what that, if I'm pronouncing that even. Zia. Zia Zanzavin. That's a cool name. Zia Zanzavin. It's a very cool name. Phonetically, tell me how you pronounce Qatar from your perspective. In the United States, you're supposed to say Qatar. Some say Qatar, but the real correct pronunciation, from what I'm told, is Qatar, like a Coast Guard cutter. But Zia Zanzavin, that might be one of my more favorite names. Can anyone say Zia Zanzavin 10 times in a row? Zia Zanzavin, Zia Zanzavin, Zia. Hard to say 10 times in a row. But Zia, how do you pronounce Qatar in Qatar? Heck no, I don't like paying the bills. No, I love dodging bills, says Ray of Light. And I won't say if it was me or the COE, but one of us got in trouble on one of those parking ticket cameras. So look at this. Same way, Qatar from Zia Zanzavin. Now, Zia, are you originally from Qatar, or are you an expat, a U.S. citizen or Canadian citizen or some other citizen living in Qatar? That is my next question. I want to sort of send, I want to send you like STS stickers and have you slap them up on telephone poles in Qatar. Zia Zanzavin, what a great name. Today is the 28th. So what are you telling me, Jill or Beaner? Do you wait until the 31st? Who pays their bills early? Who pays them late? I do it on auto. Most of my stuff is on auto payment, but I get like, don't you guys get buckets of mail with extraneous crap? Like I always get so much mail of like other stuff. I don't even look at it. It's look, everyone's got to pay bills. I don't want to corner the market on whining and complaining about bills, but if I have to, I will. Anya is here from Poland. Do a lot of people skip school? I get it. Get it? Cutter, like you cut the line. You're like a cutter, like you cut school. I get it, Shindog. I get your humor. That was almost funny. Auto pay is great. It really is. We had a whole conversation this morning about what an idiot Jeff Bezos is for founding Amazon, because I was right. No one would ever pay for anything online. It was too dangerous to pay online. And I predicted his company would fail miserably. And look how right I am. Jeff Bezos, you are a moron. I am smart. You started Amazon, and I started Surviving the Survivor. I pay bills every month. You have someone pay your bills every month. Your bills every month are more than I will ever make in a lifetime, just for your yacht. Just to pay the gasoline for your yacht dinghy is more than I will ever make in a lifetime. And I thought your idea was terrible. And I thought your name was even worse. Amazon for a bookstore. What a moron. And then I one day heard about Google, and I was like, wow, what a stupid name. And who the hell is ever going to use Google when you could just type something into the internet, is what I said to myself. Like, why would you need Google to search when, if you want, a baseball bat, you could just type baseballbat.com and something would come up. But apparently the guys at Google had an inkling that I did not have back in the day, and another dumb name that I knew would not succeed, Google. Michelle, I hope, or Michaela, I'm sorry. I hope you see my email. I will check it out. Thank you for letting me know. Allie Foley, I think she means she pays as much with her like ATM, so it comes right out of her account. Somehow we're back to bills. It's one of my things that I worry about incessantly for some reason. Stuart in Glasgow. Is Stuart in Melbourne right now, or is he saying hello to someone in Melbourne? Because he says he's in Glasgow, so now I'm totally confused. But Stuart, hello. You look busy on the phone, Stuart. And we just say Google it. Yes. DuckDuckGo, I never use it. Better than Google. It's supposed to protect your whatever. Bugs, who is this? My wife, Bugs. You know that's her nickname. You look like you're 65 years old. Are you talking to me, Bugs? Because I'm ready to throw down right now. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Because if I look 65, you must be 15. And even then, I would throw down. Be thankful to be able to pay them. I knew someone was going to say that. Shindog, Amazon, the world's biggest river of profit. I mean, how wrong could I be about both Amazon and Google? I predicted both would fail miserably. And to kick sand in their face, I told them both their names were terrible, horrible. We get a lot of emails, believe it or not, and I love it. I really do. Joel, did you see my Judy? I don't know. It depends on the day. Somewhere between, I would say, 20 and 100 on a daily basis, and I sort of love it. And then when strange things happen, it's more. I won't say who had the highest bill of the month. It's a sort of an ongoing debate / contest, but COE, I think maybe. Well, what do you want to do? You want to come by and Joel, did you see New York text? I mean, she means my text. Here's an issue that we run into often. Let me just present it to STS. My son plays baseball. I beg him, I beseech him. I literally just ask him every time. He's 7. The COE babies him, so he never keeps his shit together. Excuse me. Sorry. So it's scattered all over the house. You find a bat in one room, his helmet in another room, his baseball pant. And I'm like, dude, you got to keep your stuff in a bag. So now I'm getting a panic text that all of his crap is in my car. So COE, I can tell you're getting crabby right now. COE's getting, you were outside for 30 minutes calling? I didn't know that. Are you still here? I could probably open my car. Yeah, I was paying bills, and I never revealed who had the highest bill of the month. And it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I will give you a hint. Was she saying that I look 65? Because that is really going to work me up. Judah's listening and says he puts it in. So tell me what you want to do. Why don't you come by here and just get it from my car? Yes, I got to deal with family issues while I'm doing this. It's amazing that anyone is listening to this. He really needs help, and batting is where he needs to work. So just give me 1 second here. Let me just call the COE. Let's see if she answers. Hold on 1 second. COE just said she's on Team Bugs, the one who said I look 65. Do I look this old? I look 55. Is everyone? It's very upsetting. Anyway, long story short, the COE is now on her way back. She expects me to. She expects me to. Do I need to dye my hair? Maybe I'll start dyeing my hair like one of those people that dyes their hair. So COE is going to drive by now. I'm on a second floor with a parking lot over there. And she's expecting me to unlock my car from the studio. I love Tiffany. She's so diplomatic. You don't look 65. You look 51-ish. It's like telling someone you don't look 75. You look 73. What's the difference? If you said I look 37, I'd be like, all right. I used to look, my whole life, I looked like I was a teenager until I was about 40. And then it just all went downhill. It all went downhill. Switzerland is in the house. My grandmother lived in Lausanne. STS is my reality TV. I like that, I think. I might need a reality TV deal to pay these bills moving forward. You hear Joe Krause, guy's criminal defense, and he's like, I got to work another 20 years. You know, Gen Xers can't retire. I don't know what happened to the world. I really don't. I don't know what happened to the world. There used to be a time, and I'm not saying this to be sexist or misogynistic. This was the reality. When the woman stayed home in the 1950s, the man worked on one income at some dumpy company for a career. You could buy a home, a car or two, and retire at 65. I heard that the average median home, I want to say in Orange County, California right now, the median home price in Orange County is like 1.6 million. Median home price in Orange County. And it's probably double that in Miami. Michelle, I wish you got my name right, but 33 max. Yeah. If you had an L, it would make me feel better, but you call me Joe instead of Joel. It's all right. Who is the person that said I look 65? What's her name? Her name's Bugs. It's my wife. My wife's nickname is Bugs. Everyone calls her Bugs. We call her COE on the show, but and then I get Bugs in the chat, and she said, and you know what Bugs just said when she called me? She goes, I'm on Team Bugs. I use beef tallow every night. I don't think it's doing anything. I think it's all hype. And someone that came up today also. I really got to get some guests next week because this is going in the wrong direction. All of this. Little bit of color to my hair. Can I unlock? I don't have an app for this car. I don't have an app, so I have to use the literal. Come on, Scott. Thought I looked 63. Come on. Twitter updates. Hold on. It's funny. The COE yells at me. Like I get I'm doing the podcast and she's yelling at me that I'm not answering or unlocking her car. And then I've got my sister-in-law, who's an attorney, the COE's little baby sister. I won't say she was an accident because she's listening. She's a lot younger. And she is just randomly texting, asking why there's no audio. Now, I love Al. Shout out to Alex because she's a fan of STS and look at her. Oh, Alex just texted me. I don't look 65. She says, don't you worry. Thanks, Alex. Alex, by the way, of all the siblings, by far the sweetest. No offense to the rest of the siblings. Far and away the sweetest. I did use beef tallow. It didn't work at all. I can Botox my crow's feet. I don't even care. I don't care anymore. I don't know. I just don't care. Funky Monkey, it's not all about me, Joel. I know. Friday at 3:48 it is. Tassie, you just became a member. Welcome. welcome. I will make you an immediate friend of the show. And your cat. Is your name Tassie? Is your cat's name? Your cat looks like super pretty and sweet, but he or she also looks like they would rip your face off at the first possible attempt. Like your cat looks like the kind of, I don't know cat, like I'm much more of a dog person, but I would go to try to like pet your cat. And aside from drowning in allergies, I feel like your cat would rip my face off with one swipe to my face. I'd be on here all bandaged up. Starting to hope Judge puts us out of our misery for the weekend. Ray of light. I don't think you're going to have to hope too much longer on that one. We have 11 minutes before, look at this. This is what you call optimism. Julia Nielsen, verdict by 4. You have 11 minutes, Julia. Now I'm panicking as a COE. Alex, I love you. You're exactly what you're supposed to be, which is what you are. You're just a little bit younger than the rest of the siblings. Just a little bit younger. Joel, jury's going home. Hold on. By the way, you guys remember Khalid Sheikh Mohammed? He's the mastermind behind 9/11. You know, we're celebrating the 25th, it's the 25th year since 9/11. I'm supposed to call it an anniversary. 25 years since 9/11. And he's going on trial 2 years from now. What goes on there? 27 years before this guy is tried? Kind of crazy. I don't know what's going on there. Let me see here. All right, stopping time is likely around 4. Let me see if I can get anything. People are fighting over supporting or not supporting Lindsay Clancy. I don't see. Let me see something here. I don't know what Lauren Conlon means, but she said 8 minutes ago that the media is lined up to go back inside the courtroom. I'm not 100% sure what that means. But it looks like they're going to be winding up. Oh, there's some movement on the camera. We're probably going to get Joel, the jury's going home is apparently what is happening. You guys know more than me. Don't get old, get Joel. New skincare line. Kathy Rustin is reporting. Let me see what Kathy's very good with law and crime, and she's excellent and on top of a lot of things. Yep. According to Kathy Russin, 7 minutes ago, the jury is going home for the weekend. So what do you guys think here? We're going to have, they're going home. Shout out to Kelly for becoming a member. Pam and her husband are listening. Shout out to Pam and her husband. Husband probably wants to do anything but listen to me. Joel, unlock the effing car for your wife. I'm waiting for the call. 10 hours, 7 minutes, and they have not come to any kind of verdict. What doesn't surprise Jilly Bean does not surprise her. Does it surprise anyone Joel, unlock the car, unlock Is she telling people? Like, I don't understand what's happening. Did she say something in the chat? Now I'm being yelled at by. Did that work? Did that work? Don't worry, I'm only on the second floor and like a half a block away. She's saying it in the chat. Joel, unlock the door. I just can't believe. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it is Friday. Camera's moving. We're going to get the judge to say goodbye. Here we go. Let's listen in here. Judge William Sullivan is on our hopping there.
Court's now in session. May be seated.
Your Honor, before the court, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, it's my intent at this point to bring the jury in and then excuse them till Monday morning. Okay?
Can we have the jury, please?
Kevin Reddington looking like Kevin Reddington there. So he said they're bringing the jury in to excuse him. They are standing up for the jurors.
All rise. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, present before the court are 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do, it's been a long day for everybody, so I'm going to excuse everyone until Monday morning, 9 o'clock, where to resume deliberations. You know what I'm going to tell you now, all right? And it applies to everybody here. You have to be vigilant to follow those instructions. Don't talk about this case. Don't talk about the deliberations. Don't listen to anything. Don't read anything. And just put this out of your mind as best you can. And we'll see everybody on Monday morning. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, dismissed.
Court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right. Anything we need to address at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll be in recess on this matter till Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Court stands in recess.
And just like that, no verdict in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Today is day 23. We head into day 24. For those wondering, the car did not unlock at any moment. The COE could barge in here to get the keys. Kevin Reddington did look absolutely exhausted and worn out. Thought that was him who was like hopping up, but it was the guy, whatever he does in the courtroom. I have no idea. The guy, not the judge, the other guy who sits at the front. I'm curious, in the remaining couple of minutes, I've got to bounce in a second because I always say family first, and I've got to go to baseball and then soccer and then I don't know what else. But it was a long day. I don't know that I would describe it as this. Cute pup. What kind of dog is that? Is that a lab? I can't tell. What do you think? Let's get your take on what we just witnessed here. No decision. Reddington is tired. This is one of these weird cases where I feel like the longer it goes, the better it is for the prosecution. It's counterintuitive to what a normal trial would be. But I feel like the longer it goes, the more they're wrestling with this issue that she knew the difference between right or wrong. If they came back today, I would have thought it was pro-defense. Don't get old, Joel. That's sort of unavoidable. Not surprising. Hung jury for sure. Hung jury. Zeisel, he is always there. He's the psychologist. He's always there. COE, are you downstairs? If so, let me know in the chat. I don't know. I hope Reddington does get some rest here. They're just divided, says Devora videos. Telling you, these are like reading license plates. They're hard to do. Looks easy to read. It's not that easy. Joel, I find your neuroticism funny and endearing. Thank you. Born that way. Not much I can do about it. Joel, when you rap, we need the glove. We left. Do you have the bat? I don't think they're doing anything with the glove today, but I'll head down. It's not that hard. It's just a baseball. He can catch it with his bare hands. Toughen him up. Best of luck to little Joel. He's just learning how to hit from a pitcher, so it's exciting. I know that Devora is a Jewish name. It's a biblical name. I just wasn't totally registering right there. They left and forgot. I love how everyone knows that they left. Is that a little Yorkshire Terrier? Is that what that little pup is? All right. So again, the headline today: no verdict. That's about as simple as I can make it. A lot was discussed today, from paying the bills, to Highland Bulls, to Highland Park, New Jersey, where I'm from. And many other things that I can't recall now. But I want everyone to have I'm long gone, metaphorically and realistically and figuratively and everything else. All right. Here we are. Need me to drive the glove. All right, everybody. Losing people rapidly, understandably. We're going to be back here Monday, bright and early. I will be recharged, refreshed, and ready to go. And we'll do a show Monday, regardless, an actual proper show about what's going on with the jury and what's taking them. Do they get a verdict on Monday? Let me know. You can even email us, survivingthesurvivor@gmail.com. Please hit the like and subscribe button. Join Patreon if you'd like. And it was a labor of love. The most important thing I've ever done, writing a book about my beloved mother. Same title as the podcast, Surviving the Survivor, on Audible and Amazon. It will change how you see life. And I will change to head to baseball. Love you, America. Cora, Dawson, and Callan is what it's about. Is a very emotional, long few weeks. Everyone try to get some rest and enjoy the weekend, and we'll see you Monday, 8:50 a.m. Big thanks to the COE, Space Coast, Meave Moen, and all the mods who make it possible.